I'm just like, I don't know. I don't even know if it's actually working or not. Like, I mean, this is like, that's the thing that bothers me too, is that like now it's like I get into a rhythm with stuff. It looks like it's going okay right now. Hopefully y'all are here. But yeah, it's just like fucking. I get into a rhythm of talking about something, and then all of a sudden it pops up saying that it's disconnected. This is bullshit. It's a fucking. That's what I. I mean, look, if the stream gets cut, and I don't get to hang out and do dirty boxing, but like, that's not the worst thing for me. Whatever. But like, I feel terrible. Like, that's what really bothers me, man. Like, I don't like that you guys take time out of your day. You choose to hang out with the stream with me, and I, how much I appreciate it out of some bullshit that I don't have control over. It really bothers me, man. Round. Yeah, I don't know. Do a Discord party? Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know if the Discord's going to be any better because it's just I don't know, man. I really don't know what's going on with all this shit. Yama must persist. I appreciate that as the mindset. I'm going to try, bro. I'm going to try. I'll just leave it going. You'll just see me crashing out every once in a while. That's always the funny part to me because I'll look back on the VODs and like the parts where it says that I'm cut off, it's like you'll see little cracks of it. So like you'll just be like, fuck. Yeah, I'm just getting all pissed off about shit, but I just hate that. I hate that you guys, like I hate that you guys take time and have the interest to be here, and then stuff that I can't control makes it a poor viewing experience for you guys. Audio is completely gone. Audio's gone? Okay, I was like, how is that the case? Oh my god, this is so ridiculous. But anyway, all right. So we're gonna reset right now. We're gonna reset. See, Jake Vandenberg is resetting. I'm resetting too. Let's reset. The event has still not fully started yet. So I'm gonna reset as if we are starting over from scratch. Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Thinker St. James. I'm here with you for Dirty Boxing, and let's go over the rule set that we were just reading. So, of the rules that we had gone over now, the things that make it different, you've got 4-ounce gloves. That's number 1. Number 2, ground and pound is allowed. Number 3 is a custom ring area. That's the 18 by 18 ring. So, other than that, okay, yes. Also, elbows are allowed, 3-minute rounds, and no holding of any type. So, no clinching. Good deal there. Hey, Meat Rocket, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I was just saying earlier that I went to the Dirty Boxing live stream, like to the waiting room for that, and I saw you in there talking shit to people. I was like, damn, that was really funny. I was like, bro, my dude Meat Rocket. I was like, wait a second, I know that name. So anyway, if just in case it dropped out again because we are still having problems, the differences of the rules for Dirty Boxing are 4-ounce gloves, ground and pound, custom area, 18 by 18 dring, as they call it. Elbows are 1-minute rounds, and no holding. Over, underhooks, or any form of holding will result in a warning or point reduction upon referee discretion. I like these rules. I think that these are good changes to the boxing rule set and should make this a lot more fun. So hopefully that's the case. Turn this off real quick. There we go. I did see you in there, Meat Rocket. Yes, I did. I saw you talking shit. I was like, why is my boy doing this? And again, now this is internet problems, I think. This might just be beyond the control of any of us right now, because now DBX is frozen too. They're gonna add takedowns? What? Why would they add takedowns to it? And Jake Vandenberg with the $10 super chat. My guy, bro. What a guy, donating when the stream is under such dire straits. Man, bro, if you can hear me right now, which I do not know if you can, just know how much I appreciate you, bro. That is extremely kind of you. Again, I feel like this might be a bit of a lost cause because now DBX is also freezing, so I'm thinking that maybe this is an internet issue. I can try to restart. I can try to reset the internet, but generally it doesn't do anything. So, I don't know, guys. But wee to you, Jake Vandenberg, if you can hear me. Oh, that's a guess? You're just guessing that they're going to add takedowns? I would think that they would not, because it's still... The whole idea is to maximize the boxing, the good parts about boxing. So they don't want takedowns. They don't want any ground game. They basically want to make it so that you have to stand up and you have to throw hands, and that's about it. That's why they took out the clinching, which I think is a good addition there. You were calling random people casuals for no reason. That's what I saw you. I was like, why is this dude just talking shit? Oh, you heard me? Okay, thank you, Jake. Yo, bro, I really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. That is very, very generous of you, especially under the circumstances. You got it consistently? Let's... benefits of YouTube and they ingest it and it buffers a little bit or something. I don't know, but we're going to look, if you guys are willing to ride it out, then I'm willing to ride it out too. So we're going to roll on here, man. We're rolling on. We're going to make this work. Through the fire and the flames. That seems to be the theme of the current time right now, is through the fire and the flames we carry on. We're going to take it as it comes. Yeah, well, I don't know how you would do it in Discord, though. Do you, open up a private room or something like that? I would be open to doing, private Discord stuff, in the future. If I ever end up to the point of getting, a Patreon going or something like that, and we do, members-only shit, which I really don't want to do because I always do want to have, all of the core content being, free for everybody. So if it was, all of the regular stuff would just be normal. Everything that just goes on the channel would be for free, and then we would do an add-on thing for Patreon members. But I'll consider it. But my point is right now is that I don't know how to set that up in Discord personally. So that's my only thing there. But I don't dislike the idea though. Hey, Anita, get laid. How you doing? Bro. Person I'm assuming is a man. Everyone liked the stream, bro. I would be entirely understanding if y'all did not like this one, my man. Oh, God, I cannot tell you how mad this makes me. When it's... I hate that I have no control over it. I hate that it's a poor viewing experience for you guys. I hate that people who are new to the stream, potentially, people who may be lurking out there, see all of these problems and they're like, oh, fuck this guy and this dumb, stream. He can't even get the internet to work kind of thing. It just bothers me so much, especially when we've been consistent for a while, Because as I said, this is the first time in a long time that this has been the case. But I think it might just be the internet in the area right now because the Dirty Boxing feed was kind of seizing up for a little minute there too, here and there. So could just be a high traffic time. It is Friday night after all. You're riding it out, Meat Rocket? Well, brother, I appreciate you, my guy. Just make sure you're not in here talking all the same shit you were talking in the in the Dirty Boxing chat. I don't know why you were doing that, but it was funny to me. It was definitely funny for me to see you in there. I was like, wait a second. And then just to see that you were doing that was really funny too. So, hey, Nav is here, the GOAT. Steven Seagal jealous of that guy's natural widow's peak. Yo, that dude, he looks like the heavyset reporter guy a little bit. Justin something, the guy that you see at all the UFC press conferences. Like they look similar. Maybe it's just because they're both like stocky guys. DBX, one of those Yama to the moon type nights. Trust, let's fucking go. As long as it actually stays consistent, bro. I don't care. I would not care if it was literally like 3 of us and nobody else stopped by if it was just consistent. That's all I care about. Because I want it to be the best viewing experience for you guys. And I'm going to stop harping on this. I'm going to hope for the best. It's out of my control. So what am I really supposed to do anyway? But either way, it's just something that really gets to me because I like the top priority to me is you guys having a good time. That's all that I care about. The stream feed's pretty decent now. Touch wood. Yes. Yeah, for real. Knocking on the table right here. This solid mahogany table that sits beneath the Yama setup. You hearing that? Ooh. Yeah, that's quality wood. And your boy knows a thing or two about quality wood, let me tell you. I'll be yelling about MMA with you until I lose my voice permanently. Well, Jake, you are absolutely at the tip-top peak pinnacle. Plant the flag in the mountaintop level with your very generous donation from earlier, brother. So thank you again for that. And thank all of you guys for sticking it out with me through all of the problems, whatever. I cannot guarantee that it's going to stay this way, but what I can guarantee is that I appreciate you guys. And you being here means the world to me. So thank you so much. And as I said too, hopefully we can just get all of the technical problems out of the way now so we have a nice, clean, consistent stream for UFC tomorrow. Obviously, that's way more important than dirty boxing. But either way, I just want the best for everybody involved. So let's just keep the good vibes going. And as we see our first competitor here entering to the dirty boxing ring, again, I must reiterate, because we've had so many stop starts and otherwise tonight, I went to a concert last night. And I wanted to talk about this a little bit because I didn't get to do the review that I wanted to do. And I'm probably still going to try to do the review tomorrow if I can wake up early enough for it. So I'm going to get a review out on the second channel. You can subscribe to the second channel if you so choose. It is not related to MMA in any way. It's where I kind of just post whatever stuff. And a lot of the time it is reviews of female-driven pop music, which just seems to be the theme of the channel unintentionally. But this will be continuing that trend because I saw Nina Geraci last night. Again, I will show off my new shirt. I love my computer. It's her debut album. Nina Geraci, if you follow me on Instagram, on my personal Instagram, you will know that I think Nina Geraci is, hey, Mar, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the Blood Palm. I think that Nina Geraci is one of the most talented new artists that I've heard in the last decade. I think that she's amazing. She does glitch pop EDM. And yeah, the show was really, really good. I had a great time. And I just wanted to shout that out, because since I started my business, I really have not done much of anything for myself aside from buying the shirt that we thought was lost in the mail and or stolen that finally arrived. So thank God for that too. But I was like, you know what? Part of the reason that I started my business was so that I could set my own hours. So if I want to stay out until 2 o'clock in the morning seeing a concert, God damn it, I'm going to do it. And I did it. I got tickets for a decent price. Not great. Still ended up paying a lot more than I wanted to, but I really wanted to see this artist. She's, new to the scene. Her debut album is really amazingly good. As I said, her and Have are the 2 new artists that I have heard recently within like the last decade that I think are the best. And so I was like, she's from Australia too, so I didn't know if I was going to have an opportunity to see her other than this. I said, I got to do it. And God damn it, I did it. So I'm really happy that I did. Had a great time at the show. Yeah. So anyway, just wanted to mention that. Did you do a prediction show for 325? Yes, Jeremy Hall. We did that. We do our predictions on the review episodes on Mondays on last week's fights. So if you go back to the lives on the YouTube channel, you can go to our review of 324. And at the end of that episode, we do our predictions for the next card. So yes, we have already done those. And now Chase Parton is keeping an eye on our predictions. So you will you will know which one of us is more correct And you can like the stream of the person who is more correct every time that we're streaming. Hey, speaking of Chase, there he is. How you doing, brother? Hope now all here now all hope we're good, especially Jake. Oh, yes, absolutely, especially Jake, but thank you for being here, Chase. Again, we're keeping our fingers crossed. We're knocking on wood, but things seem to be okay right now, and we're just going to roll with it as we can. But thank you all for being here. Here now. Oh yeah, I already read that. I think I keep thinking you're gonna say Nina drama. Yeah, no, it's funny. I didn't like. I don't feel like this way, but I did have the thought in my mind that for the caption of my Instagram post when I posted the pictures from the concert, I did have in the back of my mind that I could say something like the only Nina that I care about. You know what I mean? But I don't dislike Nina, so like Nina drama. So like I don't really need to be talking shit about her unnecessarily. Like she did not need to catch any unnecessary strays. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but no, Nina Geraci. If you've never heard her song "Delete" is the one that I think is the breakthrough hit. She's got like a technophilia kind of theme to her music as well, which goes along with the glitch pop. And then the EDM elements are very good. You know, she's obviously a very talented producer. And she's, you know, DJ and all that kind of stuff too. And it was great. You know, I'll give you the full review. If you're interested in what I'm talking about, definitely keep an eye out on the second channel for the review. I'll let you guys know when that comes out in the Discord. But yeah, I would have liked to have done it today, but today turned out to be a much more unfortunate day for some friends of mine. And I was dealing with a lot of stuff with some friends today. So, you know, again, the stream problems tonight, just icing on the shit Sunday right now. But we're looking good right now. We are going to keep the vibes positive. Right now, James Cannon is about to get a knockout. We're going to see a knockout in the first fight of Dirty Boxing 5. How about them apples? Cannon versus Ogbonna. Ogbonna? I don't know. Take your poison there. But big boy starting things off, 200 pounds. Make sure you submit your verdict predictions. Good call, CTE. Yes, I should do that. I should definitely do that. I got to get on that. You are right. I'll do that after the stream. I will remind myself. Actually, if you want to do me a favor, throw that into the Discord so I can see it when I get off of here. Thanks for the info, Jeremy Hall. Thank you for the interest, my guy. Hope to see you on Monday night sometime. Monday nights are a really good time. We don't get to interact with the chat as much on Monday nights, but we try to throw it in as much as we can while keeping the show moving because we go for a long time on Monday nights. First fight is underway. Cannon versus Ogbonna. Refs on some early BS. Let me make sure that I'm live. Oh, actually, I think, yeah, no, okay. That, my bad. I was a little behind. I'm live now. My bad. Okay, so we're at 55 seconds left in the first round. Yeah, the stuttering of the internet put me back a little while. What was the early ref BS? I should have jumped to live later. Oh, Shane Burgos is the referee? Nah. Yeah, what was the referee bullshit? The ring is tiny. Yes, Jeremy Hall. That's one of the differences in dirty boxing. 18 by 18 enclosure there in the dring, as they call it. Ooh, Ogbonna. Couple nice hands. Can you count your current timer for a few seconds? Yes, I will do that. The round two just ended, or excuse me, round one just ended. And I also will restart the sync point timer here. Yeah, I'll let you know when round two starts. That'll be your new sync point. Again, sorry for all the technical stuff tonight, guys. He said, stop, and apparently wasn't talking to the fighters, so they stopped, and he was like, no, not you. Who was he talking to? Hey, you there! You in the front row! Stop munching popcorn so loudly I can't hear the action. Maybe you pay attention to the fight, ref. That is weird. I'll be there. I just forgot you guys do that on Mondays. Hey, Jeremy Hall, bro, appreciate you, bro. No worries. We are there every Monday. So if you miss any Monday, just know the next one is right around the corner. All right, round 2 has started. That's your sync point, and I will count your timer down now. 2 minutes, 50 seconds, 49, 48, 47, 46. There you go. So yeah, 2 minutes, 43 right now. That stopped with 10 seconds left on the clock. Maybe they added that, or they didn't stop the clock when the refs said to stop it. It's dirty boxing, y'all. We have to have learned from Karate Combat at this point that you know that it's just going to be a bunch of fuck shit. Like all of these events, especially ones that are not established, like not established combat sports organizations, like outside of the majors. So like we're talking, you know, premier organizations, UFC, one championship, maybe PFL if you're very generous there. Then secondary would be like an LFA, CFFC, Cage Fury, like those kinds of, you know, that like that level, whatever would be like that kind of, you know, that's where it stops as far as organization goes. Anything below that is just going to be a big make 'em up. Nice shovel shot from Ogbonna. What was that on commentary? Somebody's in the building. Bro's got one of the East Side boys on commentary. Lil Jon's going to be in the background of that one. Karate Combat was crazy. Bro, Karate Combat gets crazier and crazier by the minute, it seems, and could be that crazy again. We shall see. Time will tell. These guys are allowed to elbow. Why not? They're just lumbering into each other. True. Yeah. It's a good point. You'd think that they would be using all of their weapons. They are not. Again, you have to consider the quality level of not only the organization, but also the fighters. Because both these, well, at least Cannon is looking tired as fuck right now. Talk about lumbering. You were absolutely correct about that. Ogbonna looking okay, but he slowed down a little bit as well. You see both guys keeping the hands low. And the referee slowly walks over to break them up when they tie up. It's like, bro, come on, get in there and get the action back started. Yes, Chase is our stock guru over here now. Mr. Stock, they call him. Chase, Mr. Stock Parton. The Ohio Stalker. That was legitimately unintentional, but when I heard myself saying it as I was saying it, I was like, wait a second, that doesn't sound right. The Ohio Stalker. That's with an O. Stalker. Saying it like that doesn't make it sound any better. He figured it out. He actually threw an elbow. That's good. Good to see. Good to see an elbow in there every once in a while. After his corner called for it loud enough for everyone in the building to hear it. Well, sometimes that's what it takes, man. Again, also considering how tired both of these guys look. I mean, we got one more round of this. Come on, dude. I wanted a knockout. We got the big boys fighting in the first fight of the evening. First fight, I'm showing Dad of DBX. Oh, yeah, this is not great. This is not a great start. Plus, we've got ladies in the main event, so I don't know how this night's going to go. But either way, bro, again, if the internet connection is consistent and we're all hanging out, I could care less about the quality of the fights, bro. To me, it's always just been a big hang, and the quality. Either the fights are great and we enjoy them together, or the fights suck and we meme them together. How are you going to have a cannon tattoo on your arm and not even get a knockdown? Jeez, roasted. But legitimate question. Cannon's starting to have a little success there. He had Ogbonna stumbling. This is his third time in DBX, and all 3 fights have looked different. Well, hopefully those other 2 look better than this. I will say that I do think it is very dope to have dreads that are A, long enough, and B, structurally sound enough, and that have enough structural integrity for you to use one of the dreads to tie up the other dreads. I think that that is a very cool thing to be able to do. I would be very worried myself, though, if I did that because of the nature of dreadlocks being, you know, rat's nests of hair, basically, all tangled up together, that if you did that you might not be able to get it undone. Neither fighter can throw a proper jab. I mean, they might have been in round 1. I didn't see all of round 1 because of the weirdness with being live and not, but I think that they're just too tired. I think they're just too tired to, point deduction for what? What do you get a point deduction for? Low blow? Oh, it is Shane Burgos. Damn, Shane Burgos sucks as bad as a referee as he does as a fighter. I didn't realize Shane Burgos was that tiny. Throw an elbow? Bro, get it in his corner and tell him. Obviously, he's only going to listen to the corner. Oh, there you go. Ogbonna. He's kind of tossing him around, too. It's like, I don't think you're allowed to grab hands in here. So, like, oh, okay. Come on, Ogbonna. Ogbonna. I mean, are you, like... I know that they get broken up, but, like, isn't there supposed to be some type of penalty for clinching or initiating clinching in general? Maybe not. Looks like Taz from ECW for a referee. True. Very true. Taz, current day Taz minus about 50 pounds. Yeah, losing a point for holding. Losing a point for holding, and then went back to holding. Hey, Didgery Dave, good to see you, bro. Glad that you came in at a time when the stream seems to be stable. Is that a draw? I mean, it could be. I guess we'll find out with the point deduction. Oh, it's Sam Burgos, not Shane. I was going to say, Shane Burgos ain't that small. Sam Burgos. Okay, yes, you are right. You are correct. Sam Burgos. Is that his brother? Maybe it's Shane Burgos' brother. They look like they have the same complexion. Fighters removed. We're gonna see the roster update for DBX. Wait, what? There's more fight to go? Oh, I guess they do sudden death? Oh, that was only round 2? Holy shit. Okay. God damn it. Or is this the sudden death round, or did we already go 3 rounds? Dude, I am so confused tonight. This is the literal shit show tonight. I don't give a fuck though, man. Let's roll. You know what? We're hitting the special vape for this one. Okay. Bonus round, so it must have been a draw. Okay, got you. Yes, this is for sure sudden death? Okay. Yeah, that's the alternatively filled vape. I keep it right at the front of the Yama workstation for exactly these types of moments. UFC take notes. Don't give boring 3-round fights a 4th round. True. Yes, if there was any fight that deserved a 4th round, Lord, let me tell you, this is it. But honestly, Ogbonna might be able to finish this fight. Like, he's just not consistently landing enough. Didgery Dave, what are we watching? We were watching Dirty Boxing 5. The link to this event It is free on YouTube. You can click it in the description of the stream. So go to the stream description. The link is there, and you can watch this along with us for free on YouTube. Is that a leafy green plant vape? I'll never tell. I mean, okay, hey, look at Cannon trying to put some hands out there now. Would have been nice if you did that in the fight, as opposed to the sudden death portion of it. We didn't have to get an extra round of this very exciting fight had you just done that earlier. This is a slop fest, bro. Cannon is 2-0 in DBX and he's awful, bro. That's what I was saying earlier. They were like, oh, this is his third fight in dirty boxing and everyone's been different. And I'm like, well, I hope that those first two were better, but yeah. Please just step in with an upward elbow. I promise you'll knock him out. Yo, for real, you are not wrong, CTE. The fact that you can throw elbows and that's like it's a striking only contest, like I would definitely think that they would be throwing more lunging elbows. Like that front lunge elbow could do wonders for these guys. Again, I really think it comes down to a lack of technicality and a lack of fight IQ. Because these guys are probably not thinking too much when they're in the moment. That's one of those things I think that when it comes to combat sports, you only can truly get through experience, is being able to be in the flow state to the point where your brain could be on, autopilot successfully when it comes to the actual mechanics of the fighting. And the other portion of your brain, like the A line and the B line thought, is thinking about like the next move in a way that doesn't interrupt your flow. That's just an experience thing, I think. Cannon was 10-10 in MMA. Oh my God. 10-10, brother. How did he get the 10? I mean, bro, there's always worse out there. That's a legitimate point, too. There is always worse out there. Like, we've seen crazy, crazy guys going into MMA. Remember Soccer Mom? You remember the infamous Soccer Mom incident where that random lady got paired up with, was it like with Julia Budd? I think it might not have been her, but it was something like that. I think it might have been, actually. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, there was a lady who like was that random soccer mom that like everybody's like, how the fuck did they allow this? Oh my God, Jacob Montalvo is a judge here. Judging's going to be as good as UFC. Is Perry fighting? No, Mike Perry is not fighting. He is he's co-owner of this event, so he is he's on commentary a little bit. He's doing promos and stuff like that. And Ogbonna rightfully wins that fight, thankfully. What are your picks tomorrow? Brother, we have an entire podcast where you can hear all of those. Ogbonna got a thick-ass brow line. Did they take a shower yet? The fighters? I hope that maybe they're going to go take one right now. I think we're taking a shower just by watching this. We got to cleanse ourselves. Dude's got built-in sunglasses, damn. Foster's is Australian for beer. That is true. Didgeridoo Dave has told us this. It's Huntsman, bro. 7 people watching? Cool. Multi-million-dollar fights right here, bro. Yes. Yes, they are. Thank you to all 7 of you hanging out with me for this, if that is the case. But, yeah, I mean, you're seeing the quality level from the start of this card. We are off to a great night of fights. Shout out to Bleeding Edge MMA again, who is in the crowd for this right now. I hope that he's enjoying what he's seeing. Have you ever drank Foster's? Foster's Australian for beer? Yeah, I probably had a Foster's at some point in my drinking days, but I don't remember what it tasted like. And it certainly was not something that I was like, man, this is great. Wasn't it Japan? What was Japan? How do the scorecards read out 30 if it's 4 rounds? Damn, good point, Chase. Good catch. They really 30 they read out of 30 for a 4-round fight? I guess maybe what they do is well, no, but that can't be. Because I was going to say, maybe what they would do is just, if it's still a draw, they just throw out the 4th round, but it had to be a draw in the first place. Oh, the soccer mom fight? It might have been in Japan, maybe. I don't know. Because that was the question that was going around for everybody, was that, what commission would have let this happen, you know? They're fighting really dirty? Not dirty enough, it would seem. Where are those elbows? Maybe versus Gabby the Good. No, it definitely was not against Gabby. It was definitely not against Gabby, because that would have been absolutely ridiculous. Did he bring a Yama sign? Oh, bro, that would have been nice, dude. I should have hooked him up. I never heard back from the fucking printer. You know, I've been saying to everybody, another thing. Oh my God, dude, I'm telling you, I'm really trying to keep the vibes on a positive tip today. But very briefly, I will just say this without trying to get into a huge crash out over it. But I specifically have been saying, oh, the merch is almost done. The merch is almost done. I'm waiting on the one last piece. I had talked to the printer earlier in the week. He said he was going to send me over a quote. I have not heard back from the printer. I'm like, bro, you are denying the Yama fans the chance of getting their merch. What are you doing to me right now? So now I'm going to have to find another printer. You only get one shot with me with that kind of stuff. Actually, I might give this printer another chance only because they have done good work for me in the past on a different project, not Yama related. But if they fuck up after this, then they are definitely donezo. We're getting another printer. You think you're the only print shop in town? I can definitely get another printer to do this, probably even cheaper. But yeah, I should have gotten, if I had all of the stuff that's being printed ready to go, I could have sent him one. Could have sent him a nice Yama poster. Okay, I feel like I'm being baited. What I said was Foster's is Australian for piss we sell to America. Yes, I remember that. I remember you saying that. That's Meat Rocket, brother. That's not me. I remember that. Those gloves look really big for 4 ounce. I mean, maybe. Do they? Yeah, you are right. They do have a lot of padding up in the front. Huh. I mean, that's what the website says. I don't know. Don't forget to click X on the chat and momentarily smash the like button. Jake, appreciate you, bro. Yeah, those gloves look really big for 4 ounce gloves. Yeah, now that you mention that, yes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, maybe it's different for the ladies. I don't know. Were those the same gloves that the men were wearing? I don't know. Maybe the padding is like an ultra lightweight. That could be. Yeah, who are these women? Yanez versus Guerrero. Desiree Yanez versus Rain Guerrero. Rain, a name that I like. They've got conflicting music going on right now. I'm hearing Bill Withers in the background and then a little hip-hop beat that does not match it over the promo here. Or the tail of the tape. VB, Victoria Bitter is what I'm drinking. Americans can't handle VB. It's 4.9. Brother, we've got plenty strong beer in America, okay? Don't get yourself twisted on that. I'll stand up for America when it comes to that. Plenty of things to criticize America for, but we've got crazy, ridiculously strong beer in America if you really want it. You go to some of these like microbreweries, they got some fucking 12% beers. I had one of those. I had one called Leviathan when I was in New York one time. I was with my boy, shout out to my homie Zach, forever the homie. I was with my boy Zach in New York, and we were at some like craft brewery, and there was a beer called Leviathan. So I was like, well, Mastodon, my favorite band, I got to try the Leviathan beer. Oh, what a mistake that was. That was ridiculously strong and tasted terrible to me personally anyway. To be honest, they might just look bigger on women's hands. That's why I like short girls. Hey, Jake. I get you, bro. I get you. I mean, speaking of, at least one half of this bout certainly can gettable. Victoria Bitter, is it a lager? Nah, no, I would think a bitter is probably not a lager. I know Foster's, I believe it is. Yeah. I'm telling you, marketing works though, bro. The fact that we're still calling Foster's Australian for beer in America shows you that they had a great advertising team to run that campaign. Yeah, Foster's is actually a really good success story when it comes to advertising gone right. All right, next fight, Yanez versus Guerrero is underway. They immediately go into a clinch. I thought that they're not supposed to be doing this. They are holding on to each other right now. Is that not illegal? They are legitimately in the clinch right now. Is that Big Dan Murgliata? Because if that's Dan Murgliata, then, you know, it's amazing. It is! God damn it! If that's Big Dan Murgliata, you know that shit's going to get fucked up in any combat sport that he is involved in. Good Lord. Craft beer counts, it's better even? I don't know. Even how? Yeah, but VB you can buy everywhere. Got you. Okay. Well, we have some pretty strong buyable everywhere beers too. I don't know what they are off the top of my head, but I know that they're out there. Sick elbow? Did I miss an elbow? A good elbow? I gotta be paying more close attention to this. These ladies actually scrapping over here, doing better than the big boys. Boycott Dan Murgliata? Bro. He can't hear. I am telling you, bro, when I am proven correct about this in like 4 years' time, just remember that Yamo was first to the goalpost when it came to that. I do appreciate that these chicks are actually fighting, though. Nice counter shot for, I believe that's Yanez. I wish they would put the glove colors on the graphic. You can clinch as long as you continue striking, just can't hold and do nothing. Got you, Jake. Okay, all right, now I'm getting it. I'm getting the hang of this a little bit more. Because every time that we went over the rule set, the goddamn internet was going down. Making your boy go into psycho mode real quick. Hearing Dan just go box out, has me worried he has ruined some basketball games in his past before combat sports. All right, well then stay in the clinch and box then. I like it. Didgery Shine will F you up and you'll feel fine tomorrow. No hangovers. Dehydration, yes, but hangovers, no. Didgery Shine, is that an actual thing? Maybe I'm wrong on names. White shorts. Okay, got you. Yanez. I think you are right. I believe. Oh, actually, no. Wait, no, maybe you are wrong. Sorry, I'm not helping matters. Yeah, I think we're looking at Guerrero right now. I believe in the black, right? Oh, I have no fucking clue, dude. Jesus Christ. They have the color of their clothes, but Yanez is in black. Okay. Bleeding into the black of the time clock. Oh, got you. Okay. Let me take a look now as we enter round 2 here. Hey, just do the glove colors. It's so much easier. Hey, Beeb, what's good, man? Good to see you, bro. All right, I'm going to look at the thing here. Oh, I see. Okay, I see where the I see where. Okay, and now they're showing it too. All right, very good. Fair enough. All right, Yanez in black, Guerrero in white, and CTE thinks that Guerrero is winning. Rick Allen has tiny genitalia. Damn. Yes, Beeb is the man. Always great to see Beeb in the chat. Appreciate you, bro. I was just talking about how I'm at the very last step of getting the merch completed and didn't hear back from the printer today when I thought I was going to hear back this week. Oh, it's your homemade moonshine. Didgeridoo now I get you. Okay. Hell yeah, dude. I might actually come out of drinking retirement to have a sip of that. Yeah, no, I got you, Lachlan. Yeah, I feel you now. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah, I didn't see it at first. I just thought it was part of the graphic, but I mean, maybe you'd think to not put them in white and black to make it look like it is literally part of the graphic. The postage is an issue, brother, but come down here and you can test it 100%. I like it, bro. I'm telling you, we're gonna have the Aussie Yama meetup. Could you imagine doing some shit like that? We do have a good amount of Australians in the chat, though. It would be dope as fuck to just be like, all right, me and Chase, we're flying to Australia. Vitz King could come too. We just take the show out down to Australia. Meet up with you guys. That would be awesome. But Australia's big, though, so it would be like, which city do you do it in, you know? I guess we got to do it where the moonshine is. How's everyone doing today? Beeb, I'm not going to lie, bro. Today was a bit of a tough day. Made even tougher by the stream issues we had earlier, but luckily through the power of the Yama chat, we have fought through, and we are still here now watching Dirty Boxing together, so everything has worked out perfectly. In the end, Yama always wins, and that's because of y'all. We're doing good. Made 2,000 on my meta stock this week. Yo, John Dong, let's fucking go, bro. $2,000 windfall off the stock pick. My guy. How is meta stock raising after the metaverse failed so spectacularly? Yama come to Canada. There's a few of us. True. Yeah. We got to do a Yama meetup in Las Vegas, Canada, and Australia. We're going to do a Yama World Tour, bro. Imagine that. We get Yama to the pinnacle where we really want it to be, and then we have meetups all around the world. We do a 3-city tour. I'll get a tour shirt like this one. I didn't even show you the back. Back's got all the tour dates. The back of the shirt is actually dope too, by the way. I will show you. So, oh, shit. I'll also bump the microphone by doing so, but yeah, the back is dope. It's got all the tour dates on it. It's got a cool little graphic at the top. So yeah, we'll get a shirt like this made up for the Yama World Tour when we just come out and hang out with all you guys around the planet. Rock out to Tamworth? What's the closest major city to that? Yeah, happy to hear it. Absolutely. Yeah, John Dong, the stock whisperer over here. The Yama stalker. Hell yeah. Good stuff, John Dong. All right, round 3 is underway. Has there been any news on Derek Lewis after his fight? Did he consume 56 donuts and a bottle of NyQuil before the fight clock started? I have not heard anything about Derek Lewis post-fight. I have not. We will have to keep an eye on that, though, because that is certainly, it's certainly a lingering question on everybody's mind is what the hell was up with Derek Lewis in that fight. Did I miss where you're in the Discord? Oh, yeah. John Dong is in the Discord. He's not very active in there, but he's always around. Hey, the Queen Saratobi. Speaking of the Discord, that was a bright spot in our day. Getting blessed with some Saratobi modeling pictures. Thank you very much for posting those, Sarah. Very lovely of you. Glad they came out well. I'm glad you liked them. Yeah, I'm gonna skip the nice dong part of the comment. Brother, that's an oversight on my part. I will never miss an opportunity to say nice dong. If I can compliment a dong, especially a John dong, bro, I'm going for it each and every time. Come on, dude. We have to. That's absolutely necessary. So, yo, John, hey, brother, nice dong. There's your clip for the stream. Yeah, these chicks are actually scrapping, though. This is a better fight than I'm giving it credit for. Should be watching more closely. Oof, nice jab for Yanez. A lot of extra padding over the fingers looks to point the fingers down in a neutral position. Yeah, well, what a novel concept that is. Man, if only there was a fix for all of the eye pokes that we see in MMA. I always tell Thinker, be confident, people watch, just don't always say much in the Discord. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. I have taken that to heart, Chase. I realize that. I appreciate that, too, because every once in a while when somebody sees something that they have an actual thing to say about, even if they're not very active, they'll come in and say it, and I appreciate that for sure. I'm like, oh, cool. Good to see X person still kicking around. James is into complimenting dongs clipped. Bro, if once I get this stream deck over here, like we have over Vitz King's house, I'll put that as a clip on the stream deck. Hey, nice dong. Yeah, it's getting dirty in the ring. Definitely going to need a shower after this one. Oh, got you, Jake. Yes. Yeah, we're going to have to wash these fights off of us. We're playing in the mud today. Yeah, Saratobi getting the love she deserves in the chat. Appreciate you, darling. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you to all of you sticking it out with your boy through all of the weirdness at the start of the stream. I don't like that happens, but I definitely like that we are here and we are locked in now. Feeling good. On a Friday night with some dirty boxing and the crew. So yeah, we're going to be getting our scorecards in here now. We'll see if we need another sudden death round. How great would that be? Every fight on the card just goes to the 4th round. Which Latina lady won? We're going to find out very soon. Latina in black versus Latina in white. It's like Latinx spy versus spy. Yeah, happy Friday indeed. Yeah, Jake, you knew what I was doing. Feeling good on a Friday. Sparkling thoughts. All right. Guerrero wins the fight. No 4th round needed. Sit her on a moderately sized, maybe a little bit of a smaller beanbag, but a beanbag nonetheless. Guerrero gets the victory. With Sarah's arrival, tents are pitched and pants all over the world. Laying it on thick there, Dave. No subtlety. Middle-aged Justin sleeps Ilya in the championship rounds. I'm calling it. Come on, let's hear the hate. That is a very spicy take there, Beeb. You're not the only one who has been saying it, though. You're not the only one. I have heard this from other people, but we have seen Justin Gaethje knocked out before, bro. I think that Ilya is going to be just fine. You called it? Yes, you did, CTE. Congratulations. Where is this on verdict? Actually, is it on verdict? That's a good question. Now I'm curious. If I can unlock my fucking phone here. Let's see. Verdict. Oh, well, that would help if my phone actually had charge to it. Boom. All right, there we go. Let's see if it's on verdict. I don't know, I'm just curious. I wanted to check it out. Let's see. Doesn't look like it. Or if it is, it's already underway, so maybe they're not taking action on it anymore. But yeah, I think verdict just does straight MMA. All right, phone going down there. Shout out to Eddie. Exactly, bro. One of Eddie's biggest fucking accomplishments right there. For real, that's for anybody that ever questions Eddie, you know? Obviously, things did not work out for him as consistently after that point, but still deserves all of the credit for that. Do they have a basketball court floor connected to the ring? Bro, it might literally be in an arena where basketball is played and they just didn't put carpet over it. That actually very well might be the case. This might be where the fucking Houston basketball team plays. What's the basketball team in Houston? At the Rockets? Hey, James Bjorn again. Can't stop, won't stop. You dig it? I mean, it adds a flourish, bro. That's why I love doing these smaller events, though, is because it's like you get it feels real, you know? It's like it's more back to the roots. All the camera fuck ups and, you know, Mike Perry, like, where's my camera? Well, you know, like all that stuff, like, you know, these little miscues and graphics getting screwed up and all of this stuff. It's like, you know, it adds to the fun of it for me. Would you rather see Khamzat fight Imavov or the winner of Fluffy versus Strickland? Well, considering that the winner of that fight's going to be Fluffy, I'd rather see that. Yeah. Fluffy is next up, in my opinion. If Fluffy can't beat Khamzat, I don't think that there's anybody that's going to. So basically what you're going to see is Khamzat winning a fight every 2 years or so, getting sick, getting an injury, and then the belt just stays dormant for all that other time. But yes, I hope that it's Fluffy. Fluffy going to shock the world against Khamzat? God, I hope so, bro. I would be so happy if that happened. I'm a huge fan of Fluffy. He's actually one of my favorite fighters right now, I would say. I always have to remember. I got to put him into my mental bank when people ask me, like, who are the fighters to watch right now? Fluffy Hernandez, definitely one of them to me. Yeah, he's amongst my favorites right now. After that Roman Dolidze fight, I'm like, that guy he's the legit. He's the real deal. You don't think Fluffy has a chance against Khamzat? I mean, a lot of people think Khamzat is unbeatable, which I think is kind of crazy considering that we've seen him have opposition in the past. He barely beat a one-armed Gilbert Burns. If he had had 2 more rounds against Kamaru Usman, things could have been dramatically different for him. Dramatically and dramatically. Arena, a literal high school court. I think they're in the arena, though. Am I wrong? I thought they were actually in the in whatever the big arena is there. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it is like an auditorium. I don't think Khamzat loses in MMA to anyone on the roster besides Islam. Damn, that is a bold claim, brother. Again, considering that we've seen him have opposition before, I think that might be slightly misguided, but I respect the opinion, though. And obviously, it comes from data. You know, we're not talking out of our asses with that. So I'm with you, Jake. And again, thank you for the donation earlier, Jake. I want you to know how much I appreciate that. And all of the donating that you've been doing. You're very kind. Fluffy going to represent for the Stoners? Let's go. completely unrelated hit of the vape. Dada 5000 would have destroyed Hamzat? Dude, absolutely correct. Shout out to the GOAT Dada 5000. A man who literally fought so hard that his heart exploded. That actually happened. Bam Bam is a representative for the Stoners, has his own weed line. Oh, really? I did not know that. I did not know that Taito Iwasa was doing the marijuana business. Good for him. Dude, I think Taito Iwasa is exactly what is achievable when you are a beloved figure in the sport. How you become that, that's up to you and up to the fans. So, like, I say that to say that someone like a Hani Barcelos, who is out here getting win after win after win and is not ranked still, and we're all sitting here scratching our heads like, why is Hani Barcelos beating guys who are going on to be ranked and not in the rankings and not, on a 3-fight win streak now, not getting any recognition? Not a beloved figure in the sport, unfortunately. Taito Iwasa on a 17-fight losing streak, capitalizing on his success and his belovedness within the community. So, there you go. You hope this Asian wins. Jesus, Lachlan. This is a heavyweight fight. Oh, Jun Lee versus Cardoso. All right. Sam Burgos is back again. He's got to be related to Shane Burgos, right? Come on, dude. He's got to be. He's got to be Shane Burgos' little brother. Taking baby hits? Yeah, well, brother, trust. That's all I need. That is all I need. I'm good. Habib barely beat Gleison Tebow? I mean, bro, to say that he barely beat him, he dropped a round, dude. That was a close round, too. Bam Bam refers primarily to a high-resin cannabis strain and a new brand from UFC fighter Taito Iwasa. Key details include Bam Bam strain, Karma genetics, a cross between Zawa papayas and sour diesel. Oh, Skittles versus times sour diesel. Good Lord. All right. But Zawa papayas and Fresca melon. So it's a feminized hybrid. This is all interesting stuff. Dada 5000 actually had both a heart attack and kidney failure while fighting Kimbo. Yeah, true fact. Absolutely, it's true facts. Bro is near death. Sarah Toby, got to bounce. I'm going to grab a little nap before the stream later. Glad I at least stopped by. Hey, appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you very much. Everybody after our stream, if Sarah's live, go over and hang out with her on the old CB. Hit up Sarah on the CB radio. Always a good time over in her chat, too. But Ty dropped Gone, and if he won that fight, he would have fought John Jones. Imagine that timeline. Bro, Lachlan, big facts. Big facts. A couple of minor details could have changed the entirety of that whole projection. I mean, the end result probably would have been the same. I mean, it definitely would have been the same with with John ducking Tom thereafter, but still. Leading up to it would have been crazier, much crazier. And you know that Ty would have at least tried to throw his hands more than Cyril did in that fight with John. Oof. Our boy Cardoso landing some good shots early. This fight looks fun. I mean, yeah, let's see it. Our Asian friend has a really dope back piece. Yeah, I actually like the Asian dude's back tattoo. He's got matching tats on either side. I like the symmetry that he's got going on. What's Sarah's CB handle? I believe it is Saratobi666. Does Tom come back in 2026? Ooh, Jeremy Hall, good question. Hard to say based on everything he's been going through as far as surgeries and stuff goes. I would say that he does. I'm gonna be optimistic and say that he does come back. and that it's later in the year. I would say it's probably somewhere past the midpoint. So maybe like, what's that, June, July-ish, maybe August? Ooh, that is definitely not Yoshimitsu on his back, but nice pull from Mike Perry on that one. It would be really fucking dope if he had Yoshimitsu on his back, though. Shout out to Yoshimitsu, one of my favorite characters in fighting games. Put an @ before the name if you're searching it. There you go, Jake. Absolutely. Tom comes back last quarter of 2026. That's kind of where my line of thinking was. UFC makes him drop the title? I mean, maybe. That's a good question. I think that they're oh, geez, that was a sloppy attempt at a spinning back fist, but I appreciate that attempt. Asian dude is pretty sound right now in his game plan. He's just staying calm, composed, and waiting for things to happen to him, and he's countering nicely. But yeah, as far as Tom dropping the belt goes, I think that they're giving him the leeway right now to see what happens with his surgeries and what the prognosis looks like for those. But should he come back after surgery and say, hey, I'm going to be out for another 6 weeks or more than that, like, I think there's going to be a hard limit to them. So I think that they're biding their time right now because they know that the Cyril Gane rematch will do numbers. But if he comes back and says I'm gonna be out for another like 3 months, then yeah, they probably will make him drop, which would be fucking wild. I mean, again, you're talking about timelines. Imagine that timeline. Tom Aspinall is sidelined for 2 years, waiting for John Jones to eventually just retire and not fight him. So 2 years of his prime wasted waiting around doing nothing for Tom, with John Jones, and then comes back, gets poked in the eyes, and because he has to have surgery and go through all of what he went through with the fight and everything that happened with all of that, because he has to go through all of that, now he ends up getting stripped after a disqualification or a no contest. You know what I'm talking about. Either way, still pretty crazy. Hey, shout out to Trey the Truth in the building. But yeah, how crazy would that be? Sidelined for all that time, having to defend an interim title twice. They made that man defend an interim title twice. Oh my God, dude. And they wonder why Tom's dad is saying that Tom wants to leave and go do boxing. What interim title fight could they make? Cyril bro, at heavyweight, they could do whatever they want, dude. They'll fucking throw Derek Lewis in a title fight just to do it. Because it's heavyweight, and everybody knows that heavyweight is the weakest division, and it's only now starting to get some new people in there who might be worth a damn. Cyril Gane versus Josh Hokett. Mark it. Josh Hokett comes back, gets a win over Walter Walker. I could see that literally happening, and I'm not even kidding. Just some crazy hot-shotting of some new guy. Taliesin Teixeira for the title. This kid, look, I know Taliesin Teixeira had a little bit of a stumble with Derek Lewis, but this kid came in here and he made light work of one of the Taffa brothers. Come on. This guy is deserving. He is as deserving of a title shot as anybody on the roster, people. I can already hear Dana. I'm losing faith in Tom, though. He could have fought so many times in the past, all drama. No, what? Where is that narrative coming from? He could have fought so many times in the past? He could have fought so many times in the past while he was defending an interim title. He did fight. I mean, when could he have fought in the past that he didn't already do? I don't know where that's coming from. The man who strangles lightning and mangles thunder, exactly. Gane versus Cortez, Jeremy Hall, that's the most likely option if they're going to do it. Ooh, and Asian Buddy is now bloodying up Cardoso. Mr. Lee. Got a little color on the face of Cardoso there. Tom was always a bum anyways. Jones would have smashed him. Jesus Christ, the narrative, bro. people with this narrative about the big Tom Aspinall, I just don't understand you guys. I gotta hope you're trolling to an extent there. But yo, whoever was saying earlier, I think it was Lachlan, who said that this Lee, Jun Lee over here, this guy is pretty good. You were not kidding. I mean, he is just saying calm, cool, collected over here, using the elbows too. Yeah, CTE must really be liking the way that Lee is fighting right now. Not letting anything bother him and putting blood on the face of Cardoso. Gonna end up with no one on top? They'll always have someone on top. You said it first? Oh, for Josh Hokett? Hell yeah. This is what getting a little bit of a name does for you in this sport, especially at heavyweight. Ooh, Gable Stevenson getting an immediate title shot. Yo, dude, that would be some crazy fucking Rey Saruya shit. Or excuse me, not Rey Saruya, the other one, Kai Asakura. That would be some Asakura shit. Yo. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, that, you know, Jeremy Hall, you very well might have cooked in a tremendous way with that. Knowing all of the hype that is coming in around our guy Gable, knowing that he is boys with John Jones, I think that actually might be the dark horse option that ends up getting optioned. And that would be absolutely hilarious, considering that Gable Stevenson has basically been can crushing so far, from what I understand. He's gotten all of these crazy good victories over guys who are, you know, jobbers basically, to prop him up. And they're just like letting him simmer to get that record up. You know, they want to bring him in with this guy's never been defeated. He's 10-0. That kind of shit. And then he would just walk in and get annihilated. I do think Jones would have beat him, but I respect the time he took away from fighting to get that fight. It's a legacy fight. I mean, bro, like I can't abide by John Jones and the way that he navigated any of that, you know? And also, again, you say that, I mean, I assume you're talking about Tom and him taking time away from the sport for that. Bro, he fought and defended the interim title more than once. Multiple interim title defenses. That dude was out there defending a silver belt. Who is Tom beaten that's anywhere near the level of Jones? You're right, he hasn't. But the point is that you give him the shot because that is what the champion is supposed to do. I don't understand this narrative of just John Jones is the greatest fighter of all time, so all convention in the sport just goes out the window. I do understand that the organization does whatever the hell they want, so I never disputed that, but don't sit here and tell me that that is at all fair, that just because John Jones is the golden boy, he just gets to run heavyweight the way that he did. You are the champ, you defend your belt. That is what is supposed to happen. Doesn't matter who Tom is beaten or not beaten. He is the rightful person to challenge for the belt. And I really think, and this is like a double-edged sword with Tom Aspinall, I truly believe this. I truly believe that if Tom Aspinall, it goes back to what we were just talking about with Tai Tuivasa, I truly believe that if Tom Aspinall had been a bigger talker, he would have actually gotten that fight. I think he would have forced that fight to happen. Either that or he would at least have forced John Jones's hand earlier. Because I think that if Tom Aspinall actually did the talking that he needed to do to sell that fight back in the pay-per-view era, that it would have forced the hand, because the organization would have said, look, Tom is out here selling fights. John Jones, you're selling legacy right now and a pre-built-in fan base. You need to put up or shut up, or we will strip you. That, I think, would have been the outcome of that if Tom was a bigger talker. So again, I say it's a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, Tom is a nice guy, but on the other hand, nice guys finish last. Feel me? Damn, not his wife. Savage. Savage, Jake. Paramount Plus and ratings, absolutely true. Yeah, that'd be a nice way to deliver on the $7.7 billion investment for Paramount. He is a name. He's certainly a name in combat sports. When MMA Orbit is covering Gable Steveson, you know that he is of value, at least name recognition-wise. Hokett versus Steveson, I like that too. I like that too. I mean, it's just a matter of time before they bring him in. So one way or another, he's going to be fighting somebody. Why not let it be Josh Hokett? Oh my God. Are we back? Are we back again? Another hard drop. Again, we're just rolling through it. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Hopefully it wasn't too long of a downtime, but we're going through it tonight. We just got to ride it out. Jones, a bitch who beats his wife and lost to Dominic Reyes. Yo, CTE spitting super facts. Big facts on that one. And yes, Lee won the fight, thankfully, so all is right with dirty boxing at the moment, even if all is not right with the internet. Jones is not the GOAT. The GOAT is GSP. I like it. I like it. I appreciate that viewpoint. Jones lost to Reyes and GSP lost to Hendricks. I don't care what anyone says. True. He's going to be signed by the summer. One more win and Dana signs him. Gable Steveson. I would say that that's probably correct. How could it not be at this point, right? Ambient Human. I like that name. That is a good username. I like that they have the schmo on the broadcast. Yeah, there is no way that they are in an actual arena for this event. This is at a civic center. All right. Well, again, we had another little internet problem, so let me know if you guys are still with me. This is one of the Houston Texans that the schmo is talking to right now. We're here, but make sure to go live again. I mean, it should have just carried over. But again, dude, I can't, because it doesn't matter. Like, if it's going to just keep screwing up, then it's going to be what it's going to be. This arena is still better than the Apex? Brother, the Apex just got expanded. The Apex is new and improved, bro. We got to see what it looks like on an actual MMA broadcast. Oh, go live on the DBX stream. Yeah, no, I should still be live. Yeah, again, the internet, like, sometimes it pauses the DBX stream and sometimes it just screws with the OBS. So, dude, we're going through it tonight, bro. We're going through it. March 7th, UFC 326, one of my teammates fights on the undercard. Oh, who's your teammate? Jeremy Hall. Let us know. We will be rooting for him. Shout him out, bro. That's awesome, though. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. You got a teammate on the big stage. Man. I'm telling you, these fucking things with OBS just like throw the flow off, throw the rhythm of everything off. We're all in this together, High School Musical. Yo, Jake, no lie though, if you really want the truest of facts, we're all in this together, actually a fire song. And what I say about that song some of the finest polished production that you're ever going to hear when it comes to musical production and engineering. That is about as polished as a song gets. If you actually break down the production of that song, there back when I was in college, I went to college for audio engineering, basically for audio production. Back when I was in college, I actually used that song for a project, like breaking down production elements. And that song sonically, obviously it's a pop bubblegum Disney product, but because of that, you get the greatest world-class engineering and producing that you're ever going to hear. So if you dig down deep into that song, as far as like the construction of it goes, it is some of the highest quality production you're ever going to hear. So love it or hate it, it is what it is. Dante Johnson, damn dude, Dante Johnson is your teammate? Dante Johnson fucking rules, man. He's cool, bro. I like that guy. Obviously, he's a very nice guy, considering that he gave Cedricus Dumas all of that leeway, knowing what Cedricus Dumas' life is all about. You literally listen to Hannah Montana at my smoke shop just to get a laugh out of people, but low-key, I enjoy the music, yo. Hey, bro, no shame in the game, dude. As I make no bones about it, bro. My second channel, if you went to my second channel and just looked at the first couple of videos, you would think that the only thing that I listen to is female-driven pop music. I'm not proud of this. I'm just saying it's facts. He's a great guy. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, no, we will be rooting for him for sure. We will definitely be rooting for him. If you are here, we will be rooting for him together. Jake Vandenberg with the deep Hannah Montana lore. That's a good pull. This fight better be a finish. I'm over these decisions. Yo, Lachlan, you are not kidding right now. We've been in dirty boxing for, 3 fights now, and we've gotten 3 decisions? We are aching for a finish right now. Aching for a break-in. Let's go. Come on, people. Tired of this bullshit. I'm tired of the bullshit over here with OBS. I'm tired of the bullshit going on in my fucking friends' lives. I'm tired of the bullshit of not hearing back from the printer about the Yama merch. There's too much bullshit going on right now. We need a finish in dirty boxing. That's going to be the thing that sets everything right with the universe. Let's will it into existence. We're harnessing the power of positive thought. We're also not going to have any more stream problems tonight. We're willing that also into existence. This absolute horse shit. These fights are mid so far, bro. And with all the hemming and hawing that I was doing over what we were going to watch tonight, I'm like, man, there better not have been a lot of finishes on the A1 combat card. Just imagine that. We end up watching dirty boxing and we get no finishes, and the A1 card is like 22 fights worth of finishes. Kind of how it was on One Championship this morning. There were a lot of finishes on the one card. One Championship was really good this morning. I wish I was more awake for it. I got 3 hours of sleep last night. The show started late, so the show didn't start until 10 o'clock. I didn't get home until 2:30 in the morning. Ended up finally getting to sleep around like 3:30. So it was a crazy day with all of that. I'm running on fumes. What is combat jiu-jitsu? Yes, that is the thing we were going to find out. Combat jiu-jitsu, from what I understand, is basically jiu-jitsu rules, but you're allowed to strike. I don't know what the extent of the striking looks like, but I believe that you can only engage in jiu-jitsu when you're actually trying to tie up. And then if you are at range or in locks, that you can also strike. I believe that that's what it is. So it's basically jiu-jitsu and also striking. But you can't do moves that are outside of the jiu-jitsu rule set when you are actually engaged in in locks. Like if you are in a tie clinch or any kind of situation where you are hand to hand, you cannot do anything that falls outside of jiu-jitsu. But don't quote me on that. That's just my understanding of it as I've come to realize from osmosis, basically. One championship Friday fights are savage. Yeah, dude, they were really good today. Aaron Toe is said he was sorry for missing weight and you forgive him. Very, very, very godly of you, Chase. He didn't mention trying to cheat. Yeah, he didn't apologize for that. He didn't apologize trying to pull the oldest trick in the book and failing at it. I think I said it best in the Discord. I was like, bro really tried to roll the dice and he rolled a 7. Bro needed to roll under and he rolled over. Can't pull guard, ha. So jiu-jitsu with ground and pound, I guess. Kind of dope, honestly, like, if that's the case. Because, like, yeah, somebody does try to pull guard and you just fucking annihilate them on the ground. I don't know. I kind of would have liked to have seen it. Now, again, we need to see a finish over here because now I'm kind of thinking that it would have been the better call. But either way, the goddamn internet would have been screwed up, so who knows? Toe will probably never be in the UFC after this. I mean, talk about screwing up every opportunity you have. Fails on the Contender Series and then fucks up at the weigh-in. Missing weight by a ridiculous amount and then trying to cheat about it. Yo, our boy Rhodes right now coming in with some heat. Ooh, nice elbow from Munoz. Ooh, nice counter. Ooh, goes for the back elbow but falls. All right, we're getting some action early here. Rhodes and Munoz trying to actually win this fight. Rhodes, a little body work up in the corner. Miragliotta separates them. Hopefully Miragliotta will keep himself out of the action. Patchy Mix was released. Yes, he was. Never forget that Patchy Mix said that he was going to be able to finish Sean O'Malley within 2.5 rounds. Rip Patchy Mix. Best of luck in Ryzen, my friend. Is he going over to Ryzen to fight DeBello? That might be what they're doing, which actually kind of makes sense. Ooh, Superman punch for Munoz. But yo, Rhodes with some nice follow-up shots. Yo, Rhodes wants it. Ooh, overhand connects. Munoz stays with those spinning elbows, those back elbows. Not really landing a ton of them, but I like the attempt. This is actually a decent fight right now, finally. Rip Patchy, I will not be watching him in Ryzen. Ooh, yo, Munoz with the shots to the back of the head. Yeah, geez. Dan Miragliotta not even giving a warning for that? Those were legitimately on the back of the head. See you on the new year, pal. Better learn Japanese. I want to watch more Ryzen. We need to find out when the next Ryzen card is. I'll be looking for it on Grabaka. Throw a step in 6-12, yo. I mean, honestly, right now Munoz has been doing the most elbow work we've seen out of anybody fighting today. Oof, there you go. I think that was the elbow you were looking for right there. Yeah, we gotta make a appointment viewing to go watch Patchy Mix and Ryzen. It would be so crazy if Patchy Mix just goes back outside of the UFC and goes back to being like the GOAT fighter outside of UFC. He could be the next Mike Perry, minus the Jake Paul loss. You need a 12-6 upward elbow. Got you. Or 6-12, excuse me. Yeah, I didn't put 2 and 2 together on that when you said it earlier. Yeah, 6-12, I like that. Wapow, upward. But to Munoz's credit, he has been throwing a couple of interesting angles, so he might very well try it. Anita get laid, waving. Wave back to you. These fights would be better if there was a 25K finish bonus. Brother, they cannot afford that. They can barely afford the lights that are hanging over the ring right now. Organizations like this run on a shoestring budget, my friend. Like on the stream from everyone. Hey, appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. Yes. I mean, I know that this one has been a tough one. I can certainly understand you guys not liking this stream, but if you would be so kind as to pull the homie move and hit the like button, that would be helpful. Mix don't lean into his ground game enough in the UFC. Oh, Jeremy Hall, that is absolutely factual. And I had been saying that for every one of his fights. The guy has all of these like submission abilities and did so much more on the ground outside of the UFC. And then all of a sudden in UFC, he's like abandoned that game plan altogether. And then not only to abandon that game plan, but stand stiff as a fucking board. That guy's movement was absolutely atrocious in the UFC. That was one of the biggest criticisms I had of him, was that he looked like a mannequin out there. No footwork whatsoever. Standing idly while he is getting touched up and clinched up and then moved all over the place by Jake Wickwatch or whatever. Hey, Scott Countryman with the subscription. Thank you, Scott. Welcome. From one countryman to another. Assuming you're in America, perhaps we are fellow countrymen. But thank you very much, Scott. Welcome to the Blood Palm. Appreciate your subscription. Chi wee wee to you. You know how Silva and Hoofy throw that step in upward elbow almost on a back angle. That's what I need for Munoz. Yeah, I like it. It would be a good move. I think that's a good call. It could definitely catch Rhodes off guard, because one thing that Rhodes is doing is he is throwing crazy looping shots and leaving his chin wide open for the counter. So if he came up and under with an elbow, he could catch him off guard. Maybe they could offer colored shoestring bonuses. Look, yo, this is a fucking based take and great idea, Jake Vandenberg. The alternative bonus. I love this as an idea. We can't offer you $25,000, but we can offer you a fabulous chicken dinner at your local Sizzler. We can offer you a lifetime supply of Bush's baked beans. Half of the chat is probably too young to even know what a Sizzler is. But if you are old enough to know about the Sizzler, bro, we've talked about the Sizzler on stream before, bro. The Sizzler was a goated restaurant back in the day. Only place where you could pay $15 and get all you can eat steak. And that shit was quality. Sizzler with the buffet back in the day. Yo, I miss the Sizzler. Shout out to the Sizzler, bro. Diego spinning elbow wins the title tomorrow night. Let's get it, dude. I want to see it. I mean, crazy enough, both myself and Chase picked Diego to win against Volk, which is a crazy thing to think about and for both of us to say. And, you know, both of us potentially going to be eating our words on Monday morning, Monday evening rather, for the podcast. But either way, it would be wild if that was the case. Bush's baked beans, hell yeah. Volk's never going to walk himself onto that elbow. Give him more credit than that. True. I mean, if there's anything that Volk can still be amazing at, it is his defense for sure. Come on. Like Ponderosa, Jeremy Hall with the based knowledge. Yes, exactly like Ponderosa. In fact, I believe that Ponderosa is what bought out the Sizzler. I think Sizzler became Ponderosa, if I'm not mistaken. And Ponderosa, there's only a few of those around the country. So yes, Jeremy Hall with the absolute steakhouse knowledge right now. Yes. There is one of the rare Ponderosas actually in Central Florida. I haven't been to it. I got to get over there sometime. Go check out the Ponderosa. But yes, Jeremy Hall knows what the fuck is up. That is some knowledge right there. That is knowing ball. This is almost as entertaining as Zuffa boxing. Bro, I am not disagreeing right now. I mean, this fight started off pretty good. Now we're in the third round. I really wish we had seen a finish here, but maybe there's still one coming. I mean, the whole idea of dirty boxing with the 3-minute rounds is that you go balls to the wall. And look, at the very least, I will give Munoz credit because he is continuing with these elbows and that's making it entertaining. But, I mean, we're just not seeing what we need to see out of this fight, you know? Chicken wings were fire. Hell yeah. Like I said, I've never been to one. I got to get there. Oh, you lived in Plant City? I think you've mentioned that before. Hell yeah. Shout out to Plant City. Not too far from where your boy is at right now. Yeah, Plant City's cool, man. That's where the Strawberry Festival is. Strawberry Festival. Goated Festival. Just found out that the Offspring are going to be playing at the Strawberry Festival this year. Kind of on the fence about making the trip out to Plant City to go see the Offspring. I've been a fan of the Offspring for years. One of my mom's favorite bands, actually. You know, as I've always said, I'm very lucky that I grew up with two people who have amazing taste in music. So I got great musical upbringing in my household. And the Offspring, early Offspring too, was on rotation very often in my house. Ixnay on the hombre. Kicks just make fighting more exciting. That's what I'm learning. Dude, bro, this is what I've said about boxing in general, dirty or otherwise. That's why bare knuckle is really the only one that can make this like really, truly entertaining because it's so brutal that it overcomes the shortcomings of boxing. But what I have said about boxing is you're basically just taking all of fighting and saying you cannot do 85% of it. And that kind of sucks. Yes, it is. Strawberry milkshakes are amazing in Plant City. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Bro, Plant City rules for that exact reason. All right. Another fight with a decision incoming here, but we might end up needing a fourth round. We might need a sudden death. Who knows? They need to make this dirty kickboxing. Bro, I just think that everything should be Jorge Masvidal's bare knuckle MMA. Game bred bare knuckle MMA was potentially the best version of fighting that you could ever have, in my opinion. You want to talk about as close to two people just being in the street fighting each other? That is bare knuckle MMA. Because bare knuckle MMA says you can do anything you want and you've got no gloves to protect anything. Maybe we should be watching Uriah Faber. Bro, I'm telling you, man. It's one of those judgment calls that you got to make in the moment. It is what it is. But we're in it now. We're watching dirty boxing. And who knows, again, we could have this thing turn around in no time. We could have a banger main event between two ladies. Have them wear ankle braces for the dirty kickboxing. True. You would think a smaller ring and gloves, we would see more finishes. Well, bro, that's what I'm saying. Every part of the rule set for dirty boxing is designed to make it be more finishes. Unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case, and it all comes down to the quality of the fighters. You voted for Faber's MMA in the Discord, brother. I know. Trust me, it was not an easy decision to go with DBX. Really what it came down to is just knowing that the entirety of the card for Dirty Boxing is available for free on YouTube, as opposed to only half of the card on A1 being available on YouTube and the other half being over on Fight Pass. The idea is to be able to have more people access the fights as we're watching them. So, you know, trust, I am down with watching Uriah Faber's A1 at some point. I definitely would like to. But for this one, I just knew that DBX has a little bit of a following, and I wanted more people to be able to watch it. Of course, we had so many stream problems that only the hardcore Yama fans are going to be in here right now, which is unfortunate. But we did have a couple of new subscribers, though, so, you know, maybe we are still getting some new people in. So if you are out there and you are lurking right now, hit that subscribe button and feel free to join us in the chat. For as long as the internet will allow. Thai fight on YouTube. They fight with rope wrapped around their hands. Oh, really? It's like Lethway in that regard. Huh. Cool. Throw the link in the Discord. Oh, yeah. Bai Win is fighting in this next fight. The reason that I know Bai Win, or B-Win, however she pronounces it, is because I saw her during weigh-ins, and she is a little pudge, bro. Good Lord. I was like, I don't know what the weight class she's actually trying to make is, but it's a catch weight fight, so I would suspect she missed whatever it was. Because, yeah, she came in looking like she had a battle with her willpower against a box of donuts, and unfortunately the donuts won. B win. Okay. Maybe this guy was boring because he got a bunch of boxing experience. True. Yeah, could be. Boxing experience was what made one of the fights in Bare Knuckle boring. He was fighting like an actual boxer, and that is not what you want to see. She's Helena's next opponent, yo. That at least the playing field would be evened at that point, right? I mean, I got all the love in the world for Helena Cravar, but come on, dude, you gotta be taking the weight a little bit more seriously, especially for the fact she's 18 years old. You gotta have the discipline now. If you don't start forming good habits, I, of all human beings on this planet, know from very, very strong firsthand experiences, the habits that you set for yourself early in life will follow you through your life. So start forming good habits now, what I would say, as I take a hit of the vape. The MMA-based people fight more exciting, true. Yeah, well, I mean, boxing as the base is always going to be less than exciting. Because boxing is not exciting. Dude, you know, we might end up, okay, I'll make you this promise right now. This is an absolute promise. If we don't see a finish on this card tonight, we are never watching a boxing event ever again on Yama unless it is bare knuckle. I'm making you that promise. Set it in stone, clip it, chat. We're making this a promise right now. If we do not see a finish on Dirty Boxing 5, we are never watching a boxing product that is not a bare knuckle. That is not BKFC most likely, but at the very least has to be bare knuckle. We can do a different bare knuckle promotion. I know that there are a couple of them. But if there is no finish on this card, we're never doing boxing again aside from bare knuckle and BKFC most likely. But yeah, B-Win over here, not looking in fight condition. So I would say that my money right now is on the lady that she is fighting, and that lady's name is Young. This is Young we are looking at with the pocked up skin. I do not know why I have a little bit of a thing for women with rough skin. This is something that I have wondered about myself. I don't know why that's a thing, but women with a little bit of pock marks going on for whatever reason, I'm actually good with it. I actually kind of like it. And it has to be a good finish of these none of these taking a knee shit. Okay. I mean, I don't know if I would put that on there because I do want to leave the door open for like some boxing super fight or something, but we'll leave it at just a finish for now. And we'll gauge the quality level of the finishes as they come. How about that? R.I.P. Misfits. Yeah, hey, dude, no, well, we were already done with Misfits. We were already done with Misfits after the last one. I'm super happy for Tony. I want him to continue on. I want him to continue having the successes that he's having. But yeah, we ain't doing that shit again. Definitely, at least not when fucking what's his name is fighting. When Top G is fighting. Who would win, Prime McGregor or Diego Lopez? Prime McGregor. I think Prime McGregor beats like most people on the planet, actually. I mean, when McGregor was at his absolute prime, this is what the most unfortunate thing about Conor McGregor is to me. I've said this before. I forget where it was, but I mean, that's a sentiment that I have always held, is that one of the most unfortunate things about where McGregor is now in his life and career and everything is the fact that he has denied the world the greatness that he once had. Because Prime McGregor really was the real deal. So, yeah, I think that Prime McGregor probably would beat Diego. Sad to say. I saw somewhere that Torres Finney's opponent is coming in injured. Where did you see that, CTE? Ooh. Little interesting insider information. Who is that he's fighting? It's not Cam Rouston. Oh, Jacob Malkoon, right? Where did you hear that? She ate a bag of Doritos before the fight. She's a little person. Be the Hobbit win. She's going to come in here and either snatch the gold belt or tell you where the gold at the end of the rainbow is. The Leprechaun Don. Diego's got that fight. He's got a granite chin and a dangerous, aggressive sub game. That's a fine a fine thought process though. I think it was on Twitter, but no way I could find that tweet now. Just something to consider. Take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, of course, obviously, but I mean, still could very well be. B is 36? No. Is that what it just said on the tail of the tape? Brother. 36 and overweight. She's the new soccer mom. She is a kindred spirit. 120 pounds? Yeah, no fucking way, bro. She is pushing 138 right now. Maybe it was supposed to be. Yeah, 121. It was probably supposed to be 120. Hey, Naomi Young fighting out of O-Town. We're going for Naomi. Bring it home to the O, baby. Naomi Young fighting out of Orlando, Florida. Let's go. Now we've got a reason. Go beat the soccer mom's ass. I want to see blood out of this soccer mom. She's going to have a black eye the next time she rolls that minivan out. She'd be wearing dark sunglasses up in the pilot seat of that thing. Someone come get their mom. Exactly, bro. Mom is wine drunk. She stumbled into the ring. True, Jake Vandenberg spitting some absolute facts right now. Prime McGregor lost to Nate. Nate lost to Jake Paul. That is some next level MMA / boxing math that you just did there, but the facts are the facts. All right, yo, let's lock in for this one because this could be the finish that we were looking for. B win looking like she rolled out of bed, rolled out of the opposite side of the bed that her husband was sleeping on and said, I'm going to be a boxer today. Dropped off her kids at school, forewent the yoga class, put on a pair of dirty boxing gloves, and now she's in Houston, Texas. Sarah, I can't hang out this week. I have to train. Karen, I cannot go to the PTA meeting. I have striking classes. I mean, Young has to do it for the O right now, bro. She is a hometown fighter over here. By that logic, Connor also loses to Leon Edwards and Bilal. I mean, again, MMA math remains undefeated. Said B has multiple Muay Thai championships. Brother, dude, give me a break with this shit. Because we have seen that Whoa, okay, that's a takedown. Young just got a takedown. Yeah, she's getting a hard warning over here. Don't do that again, dummy. You're going to get a point deduction. But we have seen so many times people coming in. Remember what on the Contender Series, that one girl from England, they put that picture up with her with all of her accolades. She had like 700 belts, and that fight turned out to be a banger fight only because both of them were fighting their hardest, and neither of them could finish the other with any kind of technique. So don't talk to me about Muay Thai championships, especially when B Win looks like she's about to be losing. That was a legitimate bar from your boy right there. One Muay Thai guy would mop in this? Hell yeah. They should be sending Muay Thai guys over to other organizations. It's like they don't want to pay the airfare or something. I don't get it. If his name ends in Pet or starts with Thang, he'd be 30-0. Let's go, dude. Fuck yeah. T-Rex arm B. Bro. We remember we were talking about Yoshimitsu earlier? She looks like the little raptor that you can play as in Tekken. Bro, I am so cooking with this right now. If you know what I'm talking about, that was hilarious. She looks like the little raptor that you can play as in Tekken. Chanel Dwyer, there you go. Hell yeah. Chase with the deep cut. Appreciate you, bro. Chase, why are you locked in with women's MMA? Bro, that's called being a hardcore in this sport. Only casuals are not that locked in with women's MMA. Chase is ahead of all of you. Chase is on a new level. Chase not only has the deep MMA knowledge, he also has knowledge of basketball and professional wrestling. This guy lives and breathes sports right now. I love it, CTE. They fight for the love of the game. There you go. Exactly. Going in there, throwing technique to the wind, just like these fighters. If Chucky was Asian, bro. Jeremy Hall. Oh my God, dude. B Win is a My Buddy doll. Oh my God. Yo. Thank you guys for hanging with me, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys for sticking it out through the stream problems, man. All right, round 2. This is going to be the round. This is going to be the round where Young turns up and Win goes down. Livestream WWE. Bro, I've been telling Chase for the longest time that he should be doing wrestling content on top of the MMA stuff. People love professional wrestling. It has a huge following on YouTube. You fuck with women's MMA, don't get me wrong, but so many of them are so dry as fighters. That is true. That is definitely true. I believe that that's mostly because the pool is smaller. I mean, it takes a certain type of woman to want to get punched in the face. You know what I'm saying? I got to give respect to any of these women. That's why, even as much as I think the whole OnlyFans thing is kind of dumb, I do still give respect to any woman who actually takes a legitimate fight, even if she is like only doing it for OnlyFans clout. Because it's like, look, even if it is a vanity fight just to get your name out there for promotion, you still got to get punched in the face, though. That was a good counter for Young there. They're talking about her team saying that Wynn needs to be walked into the counters. Right now, Wynn's got a mouse under her left eye. Yeah, these are some nice clinch strikes from Young. Young crushing right now. True to life Hobbit, exactly. Be the Hobbit, Wynn. I have a good guy doll and his arms are longer proportionally. Damn, roasted. You would attend a WWF stream, not a WWE stream. True. Old school. I appreciate it. Back when that sport had a little bit of integrity. Back in the days of the gobbledygooker. Yo, Young is doing some decent work in these clinches. Burgo's about to break him up again. Ref, you got to actually touch them to break the action. True. Yeah. I mean, Sam Burgos over here has been the referee for the majority of these fights. You'd think he'd know what he's doing at this point. You dated a women's fighter, not bad at all? Nice. Hell yeah, bro. You let her triangle you? You let her practice her BJJ moves? This Vietnamese munchkin is going to win in round 3. Jesus Christ. We'll see, Lachlan. Women's MMA tier list right now goes Charlie Giudice, Stephanie Luciano, Ernesta Carrasquite, Carol Feurer, and Jocelyn Edwards. Oh, good Lord. I hate like at least 30% of that. Whole new meaning to jiu-jitsu? My man. Let's go, bro. I like it. You're the world's largest Carly Giudice fan. Trust me, I'm showing up. I like it. Yeah, Carly Giudice is definitely not in the 30%. Don't forget Jillian Robertson, based. Hell yeah, Jilly. Nicole Cagliari still has a chance? Nope. No, she doesn't. She is big for nothing. She is the William Knight of women's MMA. Nah, I take that back. I would never want to apply that to anybody. If you're going to be a fighter, look at William Knight. Do not be William Knight. Beeb knows ball? Hell yeah, he does. All right, they get into these close. She threw her again. She about to get a point deduction? All right, no point deduction. Sam Burgos being lenient because she just did the same throw move again after already getting warned. Back when you had to pop 3 perks just to get out of bed and a line of white girls to get in a line of white girl to get in the ring back when wrestling was real. True. Yeah, Beeb definitely knows ball. Dark side of the cage. Ooh. All right. Yo. Young. Popping her. Young. Throwing hands. Left, right. Oh, we got to finish. We got to finish. Let's go. And it was the hometown girl. Shout out to Orlando. Let's go. Boxing is safe. It lives to stream another. Yama survives the embargo on all boxing. I was legitimately worried. There could be some boxing super fight that we just have to watch, and I had to stick with it. Oh well, we're not doing it. Thoughts on Yasmin Lucindo popping? Couldn't have happened to a more mid fighter. It's always the most mid fighters that end up popping. So yeah, thoughts on it? Great. Gets her out of here for a while. Kayla Harrison hydrated isn't too bad to look at. Hey, you and Savage both in the same camp. Nothing wrong with a muscle mommy, my guy. I've always said that lean beef patty. She's not hard on the eyes. You know what I'm saying? In fact, lean beef patty, a friend of a friend. I need to holler at the Base Gotti. Be like, yo, hey, Base Gotti, talk to lean beef patty for me. You know, I could get back in the gym, dude. I could tighten up. I've been tightening up. I've been doing all the stuff. Me and Bloomis, we just finished a full month. We've now completed 1,000 push-ups between the two of us. Not between the two of us. That's 2,000 between the two of us. 1,000 push-ups each. Got finished yesterday. I guess that's a finish. True. Yes, CTE, you are right. It was on the feet, but beggars cannot be choosers. CTE said it didn't count earlier. You're not lying. This is true. But I'm counting it. Bro, we need a win today, bro. Come on, dude. We need to have a win. We need this right now. Coming off of an amazing night last night, I had such a good time at the concert, and then today was just such the opposite of that. We need a win right now. The fact that the stream is staying consistently okay, I keep jinxing it, I guess, by talking about it, but still, that's a win in and of itself. We had a finish. Let me have this. I loved the Dark Side of the Ring series, especially the Chris Benoit episode. Yeah, Dark Side of the Ring used to be pretty goated. I think they're having to reach for episodes now. You know, it gets to the point where you go through all of the good stories, you know? Don't get you started on Chris. Yeah, terrible story there. R.I.P. to the innocent. Yeah, the finish he was talking about. CP set up a date for a Chris Benoit matches and I'll attend the stream. Chase might do that. Thinker, let me program you a workout routine. Maybe, man. Maybe. I'm pretty comfortable with my workout routine when I'm back in the routine. Really, it's not a matter of that. Like I can do fine in the gym. Like once I'm committed to it, I'm good. It's just that I've been extremely busy and just mentally blocked right now on the gym, but it needs to happen. And I have said, the 1st of February, I said February is going to be the turnover for all of this. So starting February, I've got no excuses anymore. All of the people who had New Year's resolutions are all going to be done by now. And we're going to get back into it. But I wouldn't be opposed to seeing what was on your workout routine, though. So if you want to, I'm with it. B can make it to the bake sale now. Let's go, Jeremy. Exactly. She's got a family to attend to, bro. She's got a husband and kids. She's got, very important ballet lessons that those little ones need to get to. She can go back to all of that now. All I need is 6 to 8 sets to failure a week per muscle group. God damn, dude. 6 to 8 sets to failure per week? I mean, if I did 2 sets per trip to the gym and went 3 days a week, that could work. 4 days, 45 minutes per upper and lower body split. Damn, dude, you were trying to go hard with this shit, bro. I don't need to go that hard, dude. Like, I'm just trying to lose the stomach. That's all I want to do. I'm not trying to go out here and, see crazy sick gains, bro. Although I will say that when I do work out consistently, you do see it in my upper body. My arms do fill out nicely, and I get my traps fill in as well. What are your most favorite exercises? I just mostly do machines. I know that that is very womanly of me, but really the machines do everything that I need to do, and I don't like my form most of the time, so machines kind of help with that. And I also like with machines that I'm able to adjust the amount of weight per set. So generally, if I'm going to do weights, I do low weight, high rep, just so that I know that I can actually get my full sets in most of the time, and then I'll raise the weight on the machines and then drop it gradually depending on how much I can accomplish on the machines. And then no matter what, I always do an hour of cardio. So I usually do an hour of machines and weights and an hour of generally walking slash jogging and running. Low impact or lower impact if I can do it. James, you don't even need to leave your house. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 jumping jacks. I mean, I was doing 100 push-ups recently, so I might stick with the push-ups. Doing 100 push-ups every other day. How many fights are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more fights. Including the fight that we are watching right here. Currently, that's getting ready to start. Get a sword and chop trees. Yuri is in phenomenal shape. I'm not certain he uses any traditional equipment. These are big facts. These are the facts right here. Just go out into the woods and just fuck around. There's something to it. Now I promise to stick to it for like 3 months. It's not excessive volume. You won't be overly sore, and you can stick cardio into it because they're short workouts. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but doing anything to failure seems to me always to be a recipe for hurting yourself. If you want to be typical, man, you can do 3 days upper lower rest, upper lower rest. I mean, that's more like what I was doing before. But the problem is that I can't be consistent with the days. So like it would have to be day, rest, day, rest, day, rest. Like my schedule is just too all over the place to have a consistent schedule. In like if I was doing like sets of days. When I'm working out, I like to do those because they're easy at home. I didn't see which one you were referencing there. Long workouts are motivation killer. I swear, not bro. When I'm locked in, I don't mind it, bro. When I'm locked in, an hour, like 2 hours in the gym is normal for me. I just have to get myself back into the mode of being locked in. And again, it's just there's been external factors that have been at play here. So if I read my Bible for an hour, I shouldn't miss the main event. Goddamn, Jake. Yes, you go and have a little bit of Bible study, my friend. You are more than within your rights to do so. Ever seen a caveman depicted go outside and fuck around? I think their diets were a little bit different back then, Chase, but I understand the thought process. Trust me, training to failure is perfectly safe. If you want to be cautious, you get the same amount of growth with 1 to 2 reps to failure. 1 to 2 reps within failure. Yeah, true. Well, I just know that I am injury prone, which is, I guess, kind of in the back of my mind. Another reason why I've been like a little cautious. I don't want to go too deep into the details, but like my body sometimes reacts weirdly when I push it too hard with working out. And I just have to be careful with that. So I will go back and start it off slow and work my way back into it. That's kind of what I was doing with the push-ups. That's why I'm saying February 1st is when I really want to start like actually being back in the gym, because now that I've done consistent push-ups for, a month, I'm like, at least my triceps and chest are woken up. I need to wake up the biceps. I need to wake up the legs and the core. Well, and we were doing push-ups and planks alternating. So my core and my chest and triceps are all woken up. I need to wake up the biceps and I need to wake up the legs. But, I can do that within reason pretty easily. So basically that's my idea, is just to get back in the gym now. I do alternating days of, I basically do different muscle groups. So like um, I'll do front of the, I'll do like legs in parts. So like I'll work on the, the glutes on one day and the quads on one day. I'll work on, triceps and back, and then biceps and shoulders. Like I kind of just bounce around, but it has always worked for me. So I'm really pretty okay with my workout. It really is ain't nothing to it but to do it at this point. I'm a big fan of getting dumbbells and a bench for the home and call the gym past stuff a day. True. I mean, if you can be consistent with it. The problem is that most people get workout equipment and then they're at home, so they're just like, well, I could go work out or I could just sit here and watch TV. All right, next fight is up. Mansilla versus Parositis. Ooh, all right, and they're already swinging. Parasidius? Yeah, Parasidius. That's quite a name. Parasidius versus Mansilla. Mansilla. Mansilla, who got the keys to my bema? Mancia. Oh, like Mind of Mencia, but it's Mancia. Mancia's got crazy tattoos going on his head. Bro is all in on the tattoos. Looking like Bam Bam Bigelow right now. And getting wailed on by Parasidius. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, he's running. Parasidius might be getting the win here. Let's go. Mansilla coming back. And they clinch up. All right, they break. Hey, some action here in this fight. Yo. Parasidius over here rocking. Mansilla trying to come back. Mencia. Bam Bam Bigelow was a bounty hunter? Dope. He was also a great wrestler. I saw him live. I got to see him in ECW. Is that a black sun on that dude's chest? I mean, if it is, I got to hope that it's not that black sun. But I don't think you can deny that it does appear to be black and a sun, but it looks like a Japanese sun, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, he's got like a samurai motif going on there. Also, use to exercise equipment is super cheap and basically brand new. If you have the space to get your own equipment, I used to have a treadmill. I have a treadmill in the place. I've been doing my little walk in here and there, keeping the cardio up. But I need to get consistent back in the gym. In fact, I mean, depending on how late this stream goes, I might just go to the gym tonight. That's one of the big things for me is that I have 24-hour gym specifically so I can go in the middle of the night. It's Zach Palga fight night and nobody seems to care. Isn't that suspicious? No. I mean, Palga lost his way out of the UFC, had a little bit of success, and then lost his way out of karate combat, if I'm not mistaken, right? What weight was he when you saw him? Another guy I was always concerned about. He was pretty big. Yeah, he was always big. But yeah, he was definitely big. I mean, yeah, he was not in great shape, to be sure. But still moved, though. He was one of those big guys that was just athletic, you know? He was like two Josh Hokits mixed into one body. Midnight workouts are peak? Yes. When I get back into the swing of things with working out, I'll go, there were times, even when the last, stint of working out for me, there were times I'll go after the podcast. Me and Chase will wrap up. I'll export the podcast to the distribution platform, and then I'll just leave and go work out. So like when I get into it, I get into it. I just have to like mentally get myself there. And for whatever reason, oh, there are plenty of reasons, but yeah, trust. I will get back. I will get back to it. Used to go with a friend who worked out who worked at a hotel, so it'd be like 2 a.m. when we'd end up lifting. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I love going at night, man. Gym's empty. Free reign of everything. It is definitely peak. All right, they're back to swinging here. Both getting a little bit tired, so I hope that we can still see a finish in this fight. Mencia, nice elbow. Elbow coming back from Perisidius, but he doesn't land it. Oof. Yeah. Hey, Mencia still trying over here. Jump elbow. If you want my advice about being more consistent at the gym, don't view working out as something you have to be motivated for. It's a lot easier to stay consistent when you just view it as part of your schedule. Yes, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. For me, no, what I like to have is that like it gets to the point to me where like I start feeling that if I don't work out, that I'm like, I feel weird about it. And that's where I need to get back to. It's just breaking a bad habit and a bad cycle that I'm in right now. But again, I have reasons for it because trust me, um, yeah, anyway, there's stuff, my body has like certain reactions sometimes that like can be very painful. In fact, some of the worst pain that I've ever felt. um, so, oh, they call in the fight? What happened there? Did he just quit? Parasidius might have just quit. I mean, I was looking right at it and I didn't see what happened. What the hell happened there? I had a good 6 month stretch or close to a year with that mindset, but I lost it. I never felt out some type of never felt out some type of way about my body. True. Yeah. I mean, you should always just be doing it for the health. The rest is all just happy side effects. He didn't even make the wave off action? Jesus Christ, dude. There's no rules when it comes to refereeing dirty boxing. Yeah, all right. Show me the replay here. What happened? All right. So, yeah, he got a nice inside shot there. And then, yep. Mencia just has him in the corner. Yeah, he just covering up too much. Oh, there you go. There was a little wave off. He went, no, 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 no. No, no, no. He was waving off the refill of the water at the restaurant. Would you like more water, sir? Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. I'm good. You can do it for the looks if that keeps you in the gym. True. Yeah. I mean, the health, I think, should be the main thing, but looks maxing is a thing as well. I work out for the looks. I've got a girl I've got to make sure finds me attractive. Well, that's a based mindset. Absolutely. And that's where something I always agreed with Bill Burr on, where like if you are with someone and they completely let themselves go, you are within your rights to have a conversation about that. They're like, look, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude about this and I don't want to hurt your feelings, but like I got with you under one set of circumstances. You have changed that. I feel like it's a little bit of a bait and switch and I want to be attracted to you. So I'm with it. I think another thing about it is I have my vices that are counterintuitive to working out, and I just feel like, why bother? Well, that's something you definitely need to get over because A, you can always change your habits if you really want to. It's tough, but it can be done. And B, even if you don't change your habits, working out will still help regardless of those bad habits. There was a time when I was drinking really heavily still, and like I was in some of the best shape of my life physically. I mean, or excuse me, externally, I guess I should say. Physically, I was still a mess internally, but outwardly, arms were big, stomach was not super flat, but I was like one of those like hench fat guys. You know what I mean? Like I was like really like I was my like that's how I knew that my muscles do get big when I work out, because like I'd gotten like really swole upper body. That's why like even with having not been in the gym for a while, I still have decent sized arms, you know? Like my arms are not tiny like in the grand scheme compared to my body. Like you can see I still have a little bit of definition in there. It's only because like muscle memory is real. So I say that all to say that you can always change the circumstances and there's always a benefit of it. A lot of people work out high, myself included, especially on low motivation days. Yo, yeah. Working out a little bit stony, that works. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. Go in there, work out stone, you know, it's like everything just feels cool. You're like able to withstand more weight, you know? Yeah, I like it. I like it as an idea. Take a little hit of the THCA or something like that, you know? Or you just hit the CBD if you want. Keep it kind of loose. I like it. We should start a fitness section of the Discord to keep the motivation up for everyone. That is not a bad idea. Actually, over in the MMA Hive, they had the gains section. I'm with it. Again, throw it in the current Discord. I'll start a channel up for it. Or actually, I think Chase might be able to do that. I think Chase is admin. But yeah, that's a good way for basically what me and Bloomis did privately to be extended to the rest of the group. All right, Travis St. John. Hey, Travis St. John, Thinker St. James on the stream. I know who we're rooting for. Maurice Morris with a very intense picture on his graphic here, and no muscle definition aside from having somewhat decent shoulders, and his arms are not tiny. No abs whatsoever. Travis St. John looking locked in, at least on the graphic. That being said, this is going to be well, I guess I'll wait till after the featured prelim. This is the featured prelim. We'll take a break after this. That'll be bringing us into the main card of this thing. I like this announcer that they have for the intro, like the little promo package here. It's a recognizable announcer voice too, so I don't know who that guy is, but I like the voice. Voice actors need the work, people. If you have voice acting jobs, holler at your boy. I just got to do a promo video not too long ago. I was very happy with how it came out. I'm not a big sweater either, so some days I question, like, did I really push myself? But even when I use the heavy bag to exhaustion, I'm never dripped out. I'm the same way now. It used to be when I was bigger, I used to sweat a lot, but now it's very rare that I end up sweating in the gym. But that being said, your body will tell you if your body will tell you that you've done the work, Chase. I heard Kyle Dawkins is fighting Luque. Is that true? Yes, it is true. Crazy Kev said so. That's right. I was looking forward to Dawkins' next fight, and they're giving him Luque. Why? I mean, oh, you were looking forward to it already, and now you're even happier? I like that fight. Vicente, a guy that can never be counted out, versus Dawkins, who's come back and been looking really good in his comeback. So, yeah, Kyle Dawkins probably should have been on the highest stock raisers for the year last year list, that we did at the end of the year. Like, I did not put him on the list, but Kyle Dawkins is actually a really good addition to that list. He's somebody that probably should have been on it. Coming back from outside of the organization, getting 2 wins by finish Both in the same. I believe that they were both in the same year. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe his previous year when he first came back was at the very tail end of 2024. That might have been the case. But either way, regardless of the list, he is definitely somebody who's been on a bit of a tear in his return. And bro, this guy Maurice is walking around with a beer gut. Remember when I was saying that I turn into like a hench fat guy? Mr. Maurice over here, Maurice Morris, is looking exactly like I used to look. Really pretty close too, because like he's got decent arms and big traps and a gut on top of it. Oh, you think they could have gotten him someone better than Luque? I think that Luque is the exact right level that he should be fighting, even with coming back and getting finishes, to be perfectly honest. Again, I think you're underestimating Vicente Luque. Also, the fact that Vicente Luque is a submission guy, like, we got to see Dawkins and how he handles that. Like, Vicente Luque could just grab him and roll him around for 3 rounds, you know? Yo, this guy, Travis St. John over here, he certainly takes his physique seriously. He looks like a really big built Charlie Campbell. Walking out to an absolute classic and still tipping, Mike Jones and Paul Wall. Slim Thug on the track as well. That is a legit banger classic. That's a song that I still listen to somewhat regularly. That comes on just in the algorithm now because it knows that I like it. Of course, representing for Houston with that song as well. Still tipping. I'll be coming. Who is Mike Jones coming? Slab shining with a grilling woman? All right. Travis St. John, for as in shape as he is 0-2, and this is the debut of Maurice Morris. Wow, this is what you put on the featured prelim, huh? A guy who's 0-2 and a guy who's making his debut. DBX5 shaping up to be an absolute legendary card. Foes. All right. Fight is being announced here. Maurice Morris versus Travis St. John coming in. How do you think Dawkins versus Iron Turtle goes? That's great. That's a great fight. I like that fight if they would make that. I would suspect it would go one of 2 ways. It would either go that Iron Turtle wrestles him and gets him down and does work on the ground, or Iron Turtle gets absolutely mauled for 3 rounds and somehow makes it to decision because he's one of the toughest men on the planet. But sometimes people do get the better of him. So pick your poison, but I would suspect it would probably be, based on the Dawkins that we're seeing nowadays, I got to believe that he would be the one that would get the upper hand, but anything could happen. All right, St. John, you need to get a win on your record here, buddy. And he is fighting out of Texas. He's fighting in front of the home crowd. He really does look a lot like Charlie Campbell. That's crazy. All right. Featured fight. Hometown fighter. 0-2 in boxing. See if he can get the win here. All right, fight's underway. Ooh, uh-oh. Morris coming out hot. Uh-oh, Morris coming out real hot. St. John trying to fire back now. All right, a little early flurry there. And Morris really putting it all in. Jesus, nearly tackles him into the corner. All right, they're back out. Oh, Morris really swinging for the fences here. He is going to gas out within 30 seconds. Oh, Superman punch. Oh! Travis St. John! It's a knockdown? Oh, that just counts as a knockdown. Oh, and they don't count it. Okay, yeah, no count. Cool. Oh, and another one. He's down. Yeah! There's a legit finish. There's a finish. All right. Travis St. John doing it in front of the home crowd. Finally a win on the record. Sit that man on the H-Town beanbag. Spoke too soon, CTE. It only took one more. Plus, he's got Majora's Mask on his shoulder. This guy is fucking goated. Should have given it to him on the Superman punch. I mean, again, dude, there's no actual rules to refereeing when it comes to dirty boxing, so... Hey, at least Trey the Truth got to see a knockout. Hell yeah, Lachlan. There you go. Bloody too, yeah. Fucking Maurice Morris was trying for it, man. He came out hot. That was nice. Yeah, the Superman punch into the single shot walk-off. Hell yeah, dude. Travis St. John getting the job done in the featured prelim. Gotta love it. See, Trey the Truth knows what's up. Yeah, fine refereeing work from Sam Burgos, as it has been all night. Yeah, Superman punch just drops him, boy. Puts him straight into the ropes. Goes St. John's there. And then out he goes. Done, done, done. Yeah. St. John with the blood on the face, too. He gets to wear the mask a little bit. Gotta love it. Hey, good for him. Yeah, he might have a broken nose. He's looking at his nose all fucked up. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he definitely has a broken nose. Shit. Chat. Chat on Dirty Boxing. That was kind of funny. Chat just said, dreadheads don't do it best. Hey, Rick Allen, how's it going? Do you think 326 is good? Have not seen the lineup yet. What's going on with that one? Let's see. UFC 326. Take a look real quick. Oh, Holloway versus Oliveira. Moicano and Ortega got canceled, I believe. Kaio versus DeRitter. Garbrandt versus Zhao Long. I like that to an extent. Sumadarji versus Jesus Aguilar. Yeah, it's okay. Hey, RoboCop versus Bruno Fajeda. That's a good fight. Rosas versus Rob Font. Dante Johnson, of course, versus Dushko. That's a great fight. Yeah, there's a couple of decent ones. It's not the most stacked card of all time. But, yeah, there's some quality on there. Ortega dipped out? Yeah, no shit. Imagine my shock. We need more main events with heat and hatred on them. Everybody likes Max and Do Bronx, so there's no heat on it. True. All of those main events are getting sucked up into the White House right now, I would suspect, but we will see. Yeah, the White House is really putting a bit of a damper on the matchmaking, I would suspect, for the next couple of months. But again, we will see what ends up happening with the White House card. Hey, shout out to Travis St. John's, bro. St. John. Travis St. John. Yeah, shout out to him, man. Guy gets a big win in front of his home crowd, finishes the fight. Nothing wrong with that. We need more heat in MMA. It's boring, all these guys who like each other and don't talk shit. We need more spice. I mean, if you want that, then that's fine. But you can't, I mean, like, go watch pro wrestling, bro. Like, you can't make nice guys not be nice. I mean, they can still be better talkers. I think that's where maybe we can meet in the middle on the mindset, Rick Allen. Like, they can be better talkers without being assholes, perhaps. But if you want every fighter to just be Dreekus, that's just not feasible, I don't think. All right. We have come to the end of the prelims, so I'm going to take my bathroom break right now. You know the drill, people. Quickest breaks in all of combat sports live streaming, so do not go anywhere. I'm going to be right back, and hopefully the stream will stay up. Stick around. All right. Back again. A little bit longer of a break than I normally take, but had to get a bite of something because, yet again, your boy has not eaten today. It's amazing how often that happens to me. Bro, MMA is more entertaining when it incorporates some of that pro wrestling showmanship elements. You shouldn't separate the two like that. I like fighting for fighting, bro. So I don't care about all that other stuff. Is it entertaining at times? Sure. Do I like to comment on it when it happens? Yeah. But I don't need more of it to make the sport what the sport is to me. I like fighting at the end of the day. That's why I've always said, that's been one of the main reasons why I try to do as many watch-alongs as I have been doing now. Because even if I don't know the people or, anything about them or have ever heard them talk, if they fight with a good quality of technique and power, I'm happy. You're really doubting your Volk pick right now? What's changed your mind? They should have done Dawkins versus Abus or Ikram. That would have been fun. Dawkins versus Ikram would have been a good fight for sure. I think they're also trying to phase out Luque. So if Luke gets the win, it could end up being a nice monkey wrench in the organization's plans. That would be my suspicion, is that they're trying to ice Luke out. That's what they were trying to do with him versus Joel Alvarez. And of course, Joel Alvarez did not look great in that fight compared to how he looked at the lower weight. But still, I think that they are on a mission to get Vicente Luque out of the organization. I've got this sinking feeling that Diego's going to clobber him in the second. What's it coming from? That's just an intuition that you're having? You're having a premonition? Iron Turtle is lower in the rankings than you thought? Yeah, I mean, he's coming off of a loss. He might be coming off of 2 losses, actually. Fighting for fighting is more entertaining when there is heat and hatred, though, instead of just 2 best friends talking about respecting each other all the time. I mean, again, that's just a difference of perspective, bro. You're entitled to your opinion about it. I just don't share the opinion. Dawkins is right outside of the top 15 according to Tapology. That's why I wanted to see him fight someone better. True. He'll get there, though. He'll get there. If he stays consistent, he'll get there. I mean, you got to remember, this is his second stint in the organization. This is his second go-around, so he's got to work his way back in no matter what. You can't just see the guy getting a couple of solid wins and be like, oh, okay, we're just going to forget about everything that happened the first time around. Same with Mason Jones. Him and Mason Jones are in a very similar situation. Like, Mason Jones coming back and getting some nice wins. You don't just automatically jump them into the rankings because of that. Like, they got to work their way in like anybody else. I picked Diego in the first fight because Volk sometimes exits on the straight line near the cage, which almost got him knocked out. I mean, maybe Diego does catch him with that. As you said, almost did happen the first time. You thought Iron Turtle was coming off of a win? No, he lost to Ikram was his last fight, I believe, and he lost that fight. You feel like there's no way Diego doesn't capitalize on it this time. Yeah, it makes sense. It certainly makes sense. Now that he knows that. But that's just what I got to hope, man. I got to hope that Diego does, as I said, that I thought he would. That, you know, he learns from his mistakes. Not mistakes, but just like, you know, he gets better over the course of everything. Also, one more time, a big shout out to Bleeding Edge. Bleeding Edge MMA just posted in the Discord some pictures from this event. The Bayou Music Center. Yeah, that is not an arena. All right. Sorry. Just wanted to shout out to my boy, Bleeding Edge, as we get into main card. The brother Anik. Always crazy to see John Anik with hair on these broadcasts. I don't think it'll change much, but Diego could also force the grappling. And if he manages to get into a dominant position, Volk's going to take tons of damage. Could be. If he can pin Volk down, there is certainly potential for that to be the case. But he's going to have him dead to rights, you know? Not an easy position to get Volk into, but it has happened. The production's been decent for the budget. I agree. I'd say that it's actually a little bit of a step above from some of the lower promotions that we've watched. Obviously, there's star power there. You're seeing Joaquin Buckley and Henry Cejudo on the broadcast right now. You got Trey the Truth in the crowd. John Jones is there. So, hopefully there's a little bit of money in the event, and hopefully they're making a little bit of money back. The Schmo just asked Joaquin Buckley what he thought of this event, and he said, "No Diddy, but it's turning me on right now." Buck needs a fight? Facts. Yeah, how long are you going to lick your wounds after the Kamaru Usman fight, right? I mean, that's going on a while now, no? That's got to be at least like 6 months ago, I want to say. Something like that. Maybe 4, but it's been a while. Wow. That was a great segue. Mike Perry in his professional attire here with a nice suit. Always hilarious seeing Mike Perry trying to clean up his act in any capacity. But shout out to Mike Perry always. Of course, I can't say it enough times. I will always say it. Not only Mike Perry, a Florida legend, but also a friend of the channel, a very important friend of the channel in the early days of Yama. Buck low-key fights like Michael Chandler? Damn. Spicy take, but there's probably some truth to that. I mean, yeah, I don't think you're not too far off. He doesn't fight as dirty as Michael Chandler. That's true. I saw this guy, Zuniga, or Zuniga, I guess is how you pronounce it. Zuniga, who's fighting in this fight. It was getting a lot of support in the chat on the Dirty Boxing stream. So maybe this is a guy to watch out for. Either that or it's just the fact that he's Brazilian. He's a Brazilian fighting out of Des Moines, Iowa. How the fuck did you get up there? I'm thinking about that shuffle step he did before the Stephen Thompson knockout. True. I'd have to see it again to compare it, but I know what you're talking about. Oh, apparently it's Cranio who's the Brazilian. Excuse me. Sorry, Zuniga. Yeah, Brazil is going for Cranio. Who is Ilya Taporia's look-alike? Who are you talking about, bro? Is it supposed to be one of these guys? Because neither of them look like Ilya Taporia off rip. Bro's got 4 kids. 4 kids and you're out here dirty boxing? Brother, I hope you're getting paid. You respect Mike Perry's beard? Wise move. You better show him respect in general as well. If not, he'll find you. If not, you got to knock on your door one day. You'll be like, damn, how the fuck did you know where I was, bro? You're in Florida. I'm all the way in Canada. He's like, I figured it out. And then you get smacked in the face. I suppose a fighting purist like you thinks 325 is an awesome card too. It's not bad. We talked about it already. But no, it's not great. It's definitely a glorified fight night. Oh, this is the guy that they're saying looks like Ilya Taporia. Okay, I can see it in the face. I mean, he's not a dead ringer, but I can understand where they're coming from. The nose looks pretty similar. It is a little wild that they put the Road to the UFC finalists on a pay-per-view undercard. Like, you'd think that would be perfect for a fight night, you know? Road to UFC winners. Coming out to Johnny Cash. Good walkout song. All right, we're getting ready for it. More debuts. Both of these guys debuting. Cranio versus Zuniga. This ringer announcer is not bad. Another catch weight. Why the fuck, man? All these guys missing weight? Or they're just not even trying to make weight? Mergliata letting the beard grow in for some reason. This guy's got nothing on the Yamapit fighting announcer. Yes, the Yamapit fighting announcer rules, dude. Scott Fuller. Still got to reach out to that guy. Shit, dude. I got to see if we can get him on the channel. I got to see if we can get him to do a Yama intro. That would be amazing. All right, Jordan Cranio is out of Florida as well, so we've got to go Florida, man. I know Zuniga is getting a lot of support in the chat, but we got a rep for the Florida man who looks like Ilya in the face, but only when you look at him straight on. It does not look like him from profile. Diego Zuniga. All right, let's see it. Yep, very much traditional boxing so far. Oh, there you go. Good connection for Cranio. Zuniga jabbing backwards, basically, off the back foot. That's a good left hand for Cranio. Zuniga adjusting his shorts off the break. All right, Cranio, couple decent connections. All right. Couple more for Cranio. They're definitely staying in each other's faces right now. But Cranio tries to go for the clinch and then just like over swings past it. Yeah, Zuniga pumping the jab out there nicely. Yeah, a little color on Cranio now. Cranio needs to step up here. Oh, yeah. Cranio's getting touched up right now. Come on, dude. You're not putting on for Florida like Our Lady did. Young. All right, Zuniga getting comfortable now. And for some reason, he cannot keep his shorts up. Why? What is the problem down there? Yeah, he's like, Mergliata's like, yeah, well, fix your fucking shorts, dude. Yeah, Buddy cannot keep his shorts around his waist right now. All right, round 2. This is too much of a traditional boxing match, it seems. Again, and I don't think we're gonna end up seeing a finish in this. It feels like, but maybe I will be proven wrong right now. Oh, spinning back fist for Cranio does not land. Yeah, Zuniga just pumping the jab. That has really, A, been the only thing that he's doing, and B, it's been the most successful thing that he's doing. And again with the pants. Bro, this guy is fucking. What is up with this dude's pants? Is he wearing his pants backwards? That might be what it is. He might have his shorts on backwards right now. No, I guess not, because his name is forward. Actually, I guess you wouldn't know. Yeah, he might be wearing his shorts backwards. All I know is he keeps adjusting them. There you go. Couple good connections there for Cranio. Cranio is all kinds of red in the face now. Blood and exhaustion. Oof, that was a good stick and move from Zuniga. Yeah, I mean, they're talking about it on commentary now. This guy is battling his trunks. Legit facts. I mean, Cranio is like right in range. He needs to be throwing more. I guess he doesn't want to get countered, but still, he's letting this fight slip away. Oh, all right. There's a knockdown, or at least close to one. Oh my God, this guy with the shorts. He will not stop with the shorts. Yeah, Cranio is getting all kinds of touches to the cranium. Fred Van Vliet. He's on the Houston Rockets. Oh, and this is Titus Howard, who is a Houston Texan. Lots of people in other sports here watching Cranio get his face all kinds of bloodied right now. All right, round 3. Oof. Hey, yeah, spinning elbow connected for Cranio. Yeah, I agree with the brother Anik over here. Cranio needs to make this a dirtier fight. Nice uppercut for Zuniga. Yeah, the jab. They're glazing the jab, but it's actually accurate because Zuniga has been really just working the jab, and it has been insanely successful. I mean, Cranio is like not moving his head at all, and it's just splitting the guard every time. Yeah, I mean, really, Cranio just needs to time it where Zuniga is fucking with his shorts and land a heavy body shot because Zuniga cannot keep his hands away from his fucking shorts. Oh, now Cranio adjusts his shorts. Everybody is adjusting their shorts. Maybe there's something wrong with the dirty boxing shorts. Specifically for this weight, or more specifically for this fight. Uh-oh. Cranio wobbly. Yeah, all right, Zuniga trying to finish this thing. You got 50 seconds, bro. Don't emote. Finish the fight, my guy. Okay. Oh, and there he goes. He goes down. They fight again. 40 seconds, bro. You already dropped him. Do it again. You finished your Bible stuff. Good for you, bro. Hopefully you became closer with the Lord. And actually, I think you did miss the finish. I think you missed the St. John finish. That was actually a legitimate finish in DBX. So you're back just in time to possibly see one in this fight. But really, Zuniga just letting the opportunity go. Like, I mean, I guess maybe it's a credit to Cranio that he's that tough, but Zuniga chooses to emote instead of actually finish the fight. Maybe he wouldn't have been able to finish it either way, but still, not bad. Not bad. That was fine. Zuniga, very nice performance. Hey, TJF, W Yama, WTJF, bro. How you doing, dude? Good to see you, man. Hope all is well in your world, my guy. Was that the serial killer looking tatted white guy? No, that guy also got a finish, though. Yeah, he got a finish as well. It was before that. It was the fight. Oh, no, excuse me. It was the fight right after that. St. John versus Morris, the featured prelim. Ah, we were just talking about Gable Stevenson. There he is. How's the card so far? Not great. Not great, I would say. I mean, we've had some okay performances, low on finishes, but we've had a couple. We've had finishes so far, and actually in the last 3, we've had finishes, so that's good. Actually, in the last 4 now, if you count the fight that just... Well, no, excuse me. That fight didn't go to finish. My bad. So we had the first 4 fights, no finishes. Then we had 3 finishes, and then now another decision. So Zach Pauga is up next. Maybe that'll change something. Either way, though, it's not terrible. This is not the worst card that we've ever seen. I mean, that's absolutely true. Did you see Vitor Petrino versus Asplund? Yes, I think we did talk about that sometime recently. Like that fight. So fire, but might be too far a step for Asplund, but I'm glad he's getting a chance. Yeah, I agree with you on all of those fronts. Because it is a big step up for Asplund. And we did not see if Asplund has any ground game, which we know that Petrino does. Yeah, Diego Zuniga gets it done within regulation. Thank God for that. Thankfully, it's YouTube. I'll rewind real quick. Yeah, I would say it's worth rewinding for the St. John finish. You can watch the whole fight, really, because it was pretty quick. Oh, the Anik brother. There his mic is. Diezo. Petrino got submitted by Anthony Smith. That is true. That is a good point. But again, we've never seen anything out of Asplund as far as ground game goes. So, I mean, you say Vitor Petrino got submitted by Anthony Smith. Brother, Stephen Asplund got submitted by motherfucking Denzel Freeman. So, perhaps more even than you think. Fair point. MMA math is on point. Yes, MMA math is undefeated as always. Why did the ref stand that dude up? He was done after that Superman elbow. St. John's rewind. Yeah. CTE said the exact same thing. CTE said the exact same thing. He was like, you forced the stand up and made that man take another unnecessary shot. Is this pay-per-view? No. TJF, this is free on YouTube. Click the description of the stream. You can find the link in the description. Yeah, we've got Jessica Rose Clark in the main event of this thing, going up against Paula Bittencourt, who is like 2-2 in her debut or in her career. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Same ref as Sam Alvey. It is not, but you'd think it was. They definitely went to the same refereeing school. All of these refs that do Karate Combat and the ones from Dirty Boxing. Very critical of the refs here. Dude, they deserve it. Because I don't think that they know the rules. Oh, we get a Fred Van Vliet interview here. They bring in all of these big stars from other sports, and they got to make sure they get them on the microphone to talk up Dirty Boxing, even though we see the quality of the fights as we're watching it. Oh. Yeah, we'll be seeing Zach Pauga coming up, though. That'll be interesting. Yeah, NBA player, I believe. Yeah, he's got an ACL injury right now. They've got a couple of NBA guys, and they got a couple of football guys also. All from Houston, Texas, where this card is taking place. And where our good buddy Bleeding Edge is watching this card. He is at this event right now. The Fred Van Vliet, yes indeed. One and the same. I mean, click the link, bro. You can see him on there. He's a Wichita State legend. Okay. Good for him. Rakeem Cleveland versus Zach Pauga coming up here. just a few minutes. It's crazy. Literally forced him to stand up, doesn't give him an 8 count even, then just stops it after a less impactful knockdown. They don't count in dirty boxing from what I've seen. Yeah, there's no standing 8. They just put him right back to work. Another alteration of the rule set to make it more exciting, I would suspect. But again, the fights are going to be what they are, regardless of the modified rule set. But yeah, he really did just stand him up just to have him get knocked down one more time. It is crazy. Can't watch both Yama and the actual card, so I'm going to stick with Yama. Good choice, brother. Good choice. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it is kind of wild, but it's definitely not the wildest thing that we've probably even seen on this card. We saw a soccer mom get let out there and fight. Like, legit. B Win came in looking like she was straight out of the crowd. They literally just picked some dude's mom from out of the crowd and said, hey, get in there. Finally, we're going to get to see Zach Pauga do something else aside from tweet. This dude is always on Twitter. You just don't understand the logic? Well, I mean, I guess the logic is that if he was just dazed, that you're giving him the opportunity to get back into the fight, but he clearly wasn't, so it was just a bad call. Zach Pauga just said that he's a former rugby player and UFC fighter, so he can adapt to any rule set, yet he lost his way out of karate combat. So you can certainly adapt to fighting in the rule set. You actually have to win those fights also. You can't see Volk getting KO'd or Sal killed, even Hoofy or Tuivasa. Volk could happen. Sal killed definitely is not going to happen with Jamie Malarkey on the other side. Hoofy versus BSD could definitely happen. And Tai Tuivasa, I mean, that is absolutely possible, my guy. Be straight out of a bag of donuts. Yo, Jeremy Hall knows what's up. Shout out to B Win. She's my hero. Never give up on yourself. She proves it. Sorry, my message got nuked. I was trying to say I don't want to see those things. Oh, okay. You don't want to see those things. Yeah, well, most of them aren't going to happen. But some of them very well might, so just mentally prepare yourself. Zach Pauga walking out to We Will Rock You. Should be a point deduction for that. How many fights left, including this one? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more. 4 more fights, including this fight. Also, that clown who weighed in at 129 trying to cheat, gotta feel bad for the opponent trying to make his dream, and the bum ruined it. Yes, very, very good point, TJF. Absolutely. Yeah, very disrespectful to his opponent and disrespectful to the intelligence of the commission, to be perfectly honest. This dude comes in there, pulls the trick, ends up weighing way less than the limit, comes in at 122. He's supposed to be 125. They're like, what? And then to have it where after they take it away and he re-weighs, he's actually 5 pounds over. Or actually, I think it was 3 pounds over. But still, it's like, bro, what an asshole. Hopefully some finishes. God, I hope so. Good Lord, I hope so. B was in The Wizard of Oz. She represents the Lollipop Guild. I'm telling you, I said it earlier, but I'll bring up a picture of it. Yeah, I got to get the right one, though. Where is he? Yeah, this guy. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the raptor from Tekken. That's what B-Win looked like. With the little arms. All right. Michael Hansen, your ring announcer. As I said, I think he's pretty good. Reminds me a little bit of the dude, was it Don Lennon? I think the guy from Showtime Boxing back in the day. I'm going to watch the next fight and summon a KO for you. Yo, TJF, make it happen, bro. Send that positive energy out into the universe. It's Zach Pauga, bro. It can definitely happen. Oh, I didn't know that Zach Pauga already lost in dirty boxing. Is there anywhere that this man cannot lose? He's challenging Luke Rockhold for his record of losing in promotions. I mean, that last loss for Luke Rockhold is really funny because literally he said, like, I don't even know how to wrestle. Like, he barely has like wrestling training apparently, and he just decided to compete in Real American Freestyle. For what reason? I don't know. Just to get another loss in another organization. I mean, he's racking them up. So he's speed running right now. And this dude, Cleveland, has some saggy titties. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Luke Rockhold has losses in the UFC. He has loss in regular boxing, boxed against Darren Till, lost that. Loss in karate combat, loss in Real American Freestyle, and a loss in bare knuckle. This dude, I mean, that's a lot, man. This dude is really racking them up. 1 inch for each hat. All right, this fight is underway. We are 20 seconds into the first round now. All right, Pauga trying to get the offense going. You just broke your chain you've been wearing for 6 years. I think jewelry stores can fix them. What kind of chain is it? What part broke? The answer is probably yes, but more detail. Ooh. All right. Pauga gets stumbled. Strumbled. I mean, Pauga's keeping all this pressure on and holding center and then getting stumbled. Just a solid gold necklace chain. I broke the part that connects with the little lever. Oh, yeah, they can definitely fix that. Yeah, absolutely, bro. Yeah, take it to a jeweler. They'll be able to fix that, no problem. Yeah, that's a simple fix if it's the clasp. Ooh, damn. Pauga almost had a good shot, and then Cleveland just countered it pretty heavy. Little shot to the body for Pauga. All right, Pauga put a decent hand on him, but it looks like he more just pushed his head. Oh, dude, solid connections for Cleveland, but then Pauga with a good counter and then an elbow afterwards. Pauga not looking terrible in this fight, even if he was stumbled. Yamacat sighting. There's the tail. He's like a shark, you know? You never see his head, but you can always see him on just the tail. Off he goes. Oh, and a knockdown for Pauga. I mean, not a full one apparently because the referee does not actually stand him up. But again, we know that there are no rules. Buddy, either up or down, my guy. Don't just stand there. They're throwing hard. Yeah, I mean they're heavyweights. They should be. Pauga looks unfazed. Yeah, I mean he should be at this point. For fuck's sake, he should be pretty used to all of this. Homie broke his hand. Okay. Is that what he said? Did they say that in the corner? You don't see a knockout happening? I mean, I thought you willed it into existence. Yeah, who are you saying broke their hand? Hey, additional Yamacat sighting. What up, buddy? Oh, Cleveland's hand for sure is toast. Oh, yeah, I guess you're seeing the corner coming in here. They might have a doctor stoppage. Yeah, he's getting oh, it's not his, it wasn't his hand, it's his he might have popped his muscle out. Or not his muscle, excuse me. He might have popped his arm out of joint. They were like checking his bicep. Yeah, oh, okay, yeah, they're saying he tore his bicep. W Yamacat. I mean, if he like actually like sits down, it'd be nice. Just going around looking for attention, so messing with things. All right, well, they fight on. Cleveland with the torn bicep, still throwing the hand though. Oh yeah, no, he's toast, bro. You are absolutely right. Yeah, this guy, this is gonna get stopped. He can't throw that arm. Like if he's gonna continue this fight, he's only gonna have like, yeah, okay, he got a little low blow in there too. It's gonna save him, but bro, it was not a nice catch from Sam Burgos, bro. He had to emote to let him know. He didn't see the actual hit. Sam Burgos misses the low blow, and then Cleveland emotes on it, and then finally he steps in, and Mike Perry's like, "Oh, nice catch." It was not a nice catch. When's Yamacat stream? I mean, Yamacat will not sit still long enough to be on stream, bro. You got to catch him when you can. He's always got something else going on, you know? Like right now, he's got that going on the banister right over here, whatever, this little small wall, the half wall. Other times he's laying on the floor. He's very busy. I give Cleveland some credit, though, for him still throwing that hand with that arm fucked up. It's his left arm, not his hand. Yeah. Right, but whatever. He can't use it. Yeah, that actually going to the elbow is actually kind of the smarter move right now. You can use your elbows. Just throw the elbow. You can keep your arm crucked and you can throw the elbow. I mean, for him to stay in this fight, I do give him credit. But yeah, there's no way he's winning this fight. No fucking way. Hey, nice little counter for Cleveland in his compromised state. Pauga should be capitalizing on this. There's a reason that he got let go from all of those organizations, Jake. Yeah, unfortunately, like, bro, if you can't make it in the UFC as a heavyweight, like, that really says something about your ability in general. You know what I mean? Heavyweight, where there are fighters on the roster currently, fighters that are coming up and have fights on the next pay-per-view or the next premium live event or whatever you want to call it, that have been around through 5 losses in a row. I mean, and then so you think about that. He gets let go from the UFC. Okay, you know, they let people go all the time, but then he goes over to Karate Combat, loses there, comes to Dirty Boxing, loses here. Again, I must reiterate, these are the reasons behind the fact that he's not capitalizing, even though he is winning the fight. I mean, he's doing the better work, but beating a one-armed man is not exactly an accomplishment. Pauga is fighting as stiff as a refrigerator? Yeah, because he's just a big, lumpy dude who doesn't move his body well. There are some heavyweights who are light on their feet. He's not one of them. I mean, shitty way to get back into the win column, but it's not his fault that Cleveland tore his biceps, so it is what it is. Is it his bicep or his elbow? They keep zooming in on his elbow, but I thought it was his bicep tore. This ain't making me like boxing any much longer, bro, anymore. Yeah, dude. No, it definitely is not. Which is kind of crazy, considering that when me and Vitz King watched a couple of fights from Dirty Boxing, I had said, I was like, oh, this is actually pretty good. But right now, this card has been rather underwhelming, I would say. And the doctor is back in here. Bro, shit or get off the pot if you're thinking that you need to stop this fight. You think it's the elbow? Yeah, it could be. But again, bro, it's like, yeah, if you can't fight, just stop the fight. How many times are we going to bring the doctor in between rounds? All right, they called the fight. There you go. Fine, whatever. Zach Pauga winning by default. Technically a win. The best kind of win. Done and done. Yeah, hey, look at Zach Pauga getting back into the win column. Love to see it, right? Torn bicep. Yeah, whether it's an elbow or a bicep or whatever it is. Like you said earlier, regardless of what it is, the fact is that he can't fight. So, oh well, you know. Josh Van celebration incoming. Let's go. Just gets up on the ropes, just showing himself to everybody. Yeah. Islam would beat Patty. Very, very spicy take, Anita. Appreciate you dropping that legendary gem right there. Not a lot of people have that kind of insight into the sport, but that's why you're playing 4D chess out here. At least we got a finish, yo, Jake. Oh, man. Yeah, this has certainly been something. 3 more to go. At least one of the fights has a dude with a really crazy mustache. Wow! Zach Pauga just said, I am still horny for violence. Jesus Christ. Between him and Joaquin Buckley, keep it in your fucking pants, gentlemen. All these guys mixing the sex and the violence on this card. You are in the presence of ladies, sir. Although, to be fair, not that many ladies in the crowd, I will say. Zach Pauga. All right, and a little correction as to something that was said earlier. John Jones throws a water bottle. Oh, he's just throwing random things at people. Bro, is he literally throwing cans? Bro, that is extremely dangerous. John Jones is lobbing cans, like full cans of energy drinks right now. Bro, John Jones is throwing full cans of energy drinks right now, randomly into the crowd. He is going to bean somebody. This is insanely dangerous what he's doing right now. Unless these are toys, but they look like they're full bottles. I mean, they might be plastic, but still, you could, if it's a full bottle of liquid, you could absolutely hurt somebody. Well, oh my God. Yeah, I'm saying they might be plastic, but you could still hurt somebody with it. If somebody got hit with one of those, like not recognizing that it was coming at them, they could absolutely be beamed by that. I'm disappointed. I'm still horny for violence. Well, then maybe you should have brought some, yo. Very true, Jake. I mean, this guy, Zach Pauga, second only to this guy, John Jones, throwing full energy drinks into the crowd. You're risking your life for a Red Bull from John. Yo, TJF, you're not lying. And now he's getting his friends to do it too. Hey, you throw one. You be an accomplice to this potential murder here. Oh, God. I just hate seeing John Jones have a good time. That's a flat out fact, dude. I do not like seeing that man have fun. Oh, they're doing a merch giveaway. I like that idea. The schmo is a man who likes to party with the interviews. Oh, look who he's talking to. The man who just threw multiple full bottles of drinks into the crowd, potentially harming many people. Yeah, you truly are blessed, John. You are blessed because no actual consequences ever befall your very charmed life. I thought John Jones was out in Russia doing that Ultimate Fighter show out there. Maybe he flew in for dirty boxing and he's flying all the way back to Russia. Shout out to the Dirty Boxing chat. Somebody just said, John was talking about some product that he has, and somebody in the chat just said great product and had a bunch of snowflake emojis. Oh, you think they finished it? Okay. I thought John and DC were supposed to wrestle at the end of that. Maybe that was just a rumor. Or maybe they did. Maybe we got to wait to see what the result of that was. Oh, we're getting White House rumorings. You're living the lifestyle. Sure, John. I wasn't on stream when you watched 324. What were your opinions on Jean versus Allen, Silva versus Rose, and Yadong versus O'Malley? Well, of course, we talked about all of those things in depth on the podcast, so you can watch that for our full opinions there. But in basic terms, I thought that Silva versus Allen was a good fight. I thought it was a great reintroduction to people for Arnold Allen. He fought a really tough fight, and Silva... I think Silva won it, but it was closer than a lot of people would have thought it would have been. So I really thought Allen raised his own stock in that one. Silva versus Rose, I thought was not great. I thought a lot of people thought that Rose won that fight, even though I thought Silva won the fight. So there was a little bit of a discrepancy there, but not the worst fight I've ever seen. Not the worst fight I've ever seen from Rose. But not the greatest fight, but it was okay. And Song Yadong versus O'Malley was an okay fight at the end, but I think that it only served to drop the stock of Sean O'Malley even in victory, personally. Hey, Hydro, what's good, man? Let's go. Stream still on, brother. Thank God the stream is still on. We were having some trouble with that earlier when we started things up, but we are all good now, hopefully, and hopefully it stays that way. But yeah, good to see you, bro. Hope you're having a good night. That was going to be outside of the show. Oh, okay, gotcha. The wrestling match, yeah. Doubt it happens. Yeah, well, if it was outside of the show, then I definitely doubt it's going to happen. I found 324 disappointing. I really only liked Silva versus Allen. You didn't like the main event? Overall, I would say that it was a mixed bag at best. I did not think it was an amazing card. I thought it was a pretty mid card if you're looking at it in terms of every card that we've ever seen. But it had its moments. Like I said, on the watch along, it had the good, the bad, and the ugly, so you got a little bit of everything. You slept through Rose and Silva. If your performance is that bad, I don't care about a robbery. True. Yeah, I mean, that's always the major note, right? Don't let it be close enough to let a robbery happen. If Volk beats Lopez, who do you think they'll make Volk fight next if he doesn't retire? I mean, God, I hope Lerone Murphy at this point. Maybe Movsar? I hope Lerone Murphy only for the fact that Lerone Murphy has been active. Movsar has not fought for like 700 days. So, yeah, I'm hoping that it's Lerone Murphy would be the answer. Not a bad debut card for Paramount. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that. Yeah, it was a fine way to start off the Paramount era. It was not terrible. I mean, if it was bad, you would know it. That'd be the conversation around it. But it wasn't bad enough to be like, oh, that sucked. Man, Paramount is rethinking their investment or anything like that. Apparently, it did very well on the numbers. You know, they said that the average watch minute was like 5.4 million people or something like that. So, you know, I think it accomplished what it needed to accomplish. But in terms of the pantheon of all events in the sport, especially numbered events, yeah, I mean, it was just okay. You weren't a huge fan of Patty versus Gaethje. I don't really like fights where a guy is just eating punches. True. I can feel you on that. I mean, Patty was able to steal a round in the middle there. I think it was the third round, right? So that's kind of impressive under the circumstances. Never give Movsar a shot. I've never once popped for him, and I think he lost the Allen fight, then went inactive for 2 years. Yeah, I know. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Like, if it is going to be either Movsar or Lerone Murphy, then it definitely should be Lerone Murphy, just off of the fact that he has been active. Movsar literally sitting around waiting for a title shot, letting his prime go past him when he is not a name in the sport that people actually resonate with, and also has a fight style that no one likes. So it's like, dude, you're doing yourself no favors by being inactive right now. He probably already could have had a title shot if he was either more active or a bigger personality or actually fought exciting. Any one of those things could have given him a title shot. Jeremy Stevens versus Volk. I like it. The hardest hitter at 145. I disagree. I felt Patty versus Gaethje was incredible. It wasn't one-sided the entire time. Patty had great moments and showed a lot of heart. I would agree with at least that to an extent. I mean, I don't think that there's any denying that Patty showed tremendous heart in the fight. That I absolutely agree with. But towards the end, it was pretty lopsided. Like when by the fifth round, when Patty was like finally shooting, it was like, bro, come on, dude. After all of that, now is not the time. But like I said, I kind of agreed with it anyway, because I did say that Patty stole that third round. So, it wasn't as one-sided as people might think, but it was still decently one-sided in the big picture. And then, of course, you can factor in all the fouls going both ways, and that didn't help anything. Not to say I don't like wars, but I like it much more when the fighters actually show skill, like Yair versus Max, Jan versus Sandhagen. Yeah, understandable. Mofsar too busy checking out high schoolers to fight. Yikes. Sad but true. It was a good fight, but I didn't love it. It doesn't feel right that Patty versus Gaethje was the main event over Allen versus Silva when there was more skill displayed in the latter. But I mean, there was no belt involved in that fight, so obviously there's reasons for why that fight was the main event and why it was an interim title fight. So, like it or not, that they're never going to put some random fight, even if it's two like great fighters. They're never going to have it main event a card if it's not a belt attached to it, unless it's Connor. But still, I mean, you have to be of a different caliber of star power to ever main event a card if you're not in a title picture. Like if we have someone like Patty who doesn't have head movement in the main event, we might as well have amateur fighters in the main event. I think that's a little reductive, bro. I think that's a little bit of a dismissive way to look at things, man. I mean, Patty certainly has a lot of room for improvement with his striking. As I said on the watch along and on the podcast, his striking is awkward, not in a good way. But that being said, I mean, he still went out there and did the damn thing. I mean, he was still in the fight. Like, just to say he doesn't have head movement, so he should never be able to main event. He still won all the fights before that. You can't know what it's going to be like until that fight actually happens. So I think that you're being a little bit too harsh on it. And I'm usually the harsh one when it comes to that kind of thing. Gaethje versus Patty was a solid 9 out of 10. Damn, that's high marks. One click below Max versus Justin for the BMF. Crazy. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't feel right that the fight was for the interim. Well, yeah, but you understand the reasoning, so whether you like it or not, it had to happen. We didn't know when Ilya was going to be ready to come back until maybe like a week or two ago, I think it was literally like less than a week ago we found out that Ilya was going to be able to come back. So, maybe 2, but either way. Real main event, as I've said before, should have been Nunes versus Harrison. I agree. It definitely should have been. Absolutely, it should have been. You disagree? Harrison would have chinned Nunes, but what does that have to do with it being the main event, though? Harrison looks so much like a man she's never losing. Jesus, dude. Reel it back, Hydra. Don't be disgracing and disparaging the good name of our muscle mommy, Kayla Harrison. Arrogant Savage is going to come over and check your oil. Arrogant Savage is going to come over for a dip in the well. He's lowering the bucket. All right, next fight is underway. This is Silva versus Felipe. Kevin Felipe versus Jancy Silva. She can look like a man and still be Savage's muscle mommy, not mutually exclusive. These are facts. These are true facts. I still don't think he'd appreciate that, though. I don't know. We'll have to ask him about it. Arrogant, really like that. Yes, he is. He has proven that to be the case. Nunes dropped Cyborg under Nunes dropped Cyborg under a minute. That will go down as the biggest female fight of all time in my book. Yeah, that certainly was. Definitely among them. Yeah, absolutely. I think the only one that could really rival that right now would be Nunes versus Val. You know, if they want to run that again. Because really, at this point, they are the two greatest women's fighters of all time. And, you know, regardless of anything that happened in the past, now would be the good time to see who actually is like the GOAT, you know? Ooh, that was a good shot for Felipe. I said he missed, though. Maybe Savage is like Joe Rogan, like a girl with big muscles, short hair, and armpit hair? What? Are you calling Joe Rogan a lady? All of this slander out of you tonight, Hydra. Where is this coming from? Can somebody engage in a meaningful way in this fight, please? All right, there you go. A couple decent hands from Felipe. We get Arrogant tomorrow. We'll ask him. True. Yes. Shout out to Arrogant Savage. That's the homie. Looking forward to the stream tomorrow. Praying that we don't have any problems like we had today. Eternal MMA doors opening soon, brother. Hey, Davos. Hell yeah, bro. Good to see you, man. Shout out to Davos down there. In the land. Down. Under. Joe Rogan said he likes a girl with big muscles, short hair, and armpit hair on his pod with Shane Gillis. What? Shane told him he's getting close. Ha! That's fucking funny. Rogan really said that? What was that in reference to? Was he talking about a specific woman, or was he just talking in general? I would suspect that either way, his wife might not be too happy with that, but okay. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. Yeah, that was not a great first round to this fight. Talking about female MMA fighters, and Shane was saying they're too manly, and Joe obviously disagreed. Okay. Well, so was he actually just referencing the ladies who
are built that way when it comes to fighting, or he was saying that he's actually like into that? Because those are two different things. All right. Silva backing up. Felipe's been on the offense for a lot of this fight, so I'd say he's winning this fight so far. Rogan on a drama run right now, but I'm all for it. Yo, true. I don't know how much you guys are keeping up with all the things happening in the comedy world, but Joe Rogan is definitely crashing out on a whole bunch of nonsense right now. Shout out to Whitney Cummings for going after one of the safest and most beloved YouTubers of all time. That fucking dumbbell. Whitney Cummings, another legendary crash out that she's just having multiple days of now. Whitney Cummings is losing her fucking mind. She's crashing out and then just decides to take shots at fucking Miss Rachel, of all people. Miss Rachel, who, if you're not aware, is like a beloved children's YouTuber. Far and wide, beloved by like the masses. Like Miss Rachel is extremely popular. And all of a sudden, Whitney Cummings just out of nowhere taking shots at her. Like, what are you fucking doing? On top of all the crashing out that she's getting over faking her numbers on her podcast. Yeah, Whitney Cummings is fucking nuts right now. She is losing her goddamn mind for real. It's happening in real time. Hey, there you go. All right. Knockdown. Knockdown for Felipe. Silva is back up. Natalia Silva could dominate me, though, in MMA? True. I mean, she wears that little black dress that she wore to the press conference. We can roll. All right. That was a good shot for Silva, finally. A little offense from Silva after getting knocked down. He is solidly losing this fight now. Oh, so he was saying that he likes them both in fighting and in general. You think the direct quote was, "You know, I don't mind a strong chick with some muscles and short hair. Armpit hair also definitely doesn't bother me." Really? That's interesting. Armpit hair certainly bothers me. I like ladies to be very smooth. Soft and smooth. But teach his own. Joe Rogan can like what he likes, but again, I don't think his wife would appreciate that. Also considering that Brendan Schaub put him out on Front Street as a guy who's out there slanging D. Have I ever heard a positive thing about Whitney Cummings? Probably not. Probably not. I literally posted on Twitter, and I stand by this question. I asked flat out, does Whitney Cummings actually have fans? Like, is there any amount of people who self-identify as a Whitney Cummings fan? This is very different than saying, oh, Whitney Cummings is in town, I'll go see her live. My question is, does she have any actual self-described fans? Someone who would say that I am a fan of Whitney Cummings. If you ask them, you know, who are the comedians that you like? Oh, well, I'm a huge fan of Whitney Cummings. Like, have you ever heard that in your life? Please let me know. Because I think it's a very legitimate question that there is no answer to, and I think if you do have an answer, the answer is no. Round 3 is underway. Yeah, Felipe has been dominating this fight. Not gonna lie, girl I was talking to posting about how it's good for them to have body hair, and I was like, nah, I'm good, bro. Yeah. I mean, look, again, do whatever you want. And like, I'm not opposed to a little bit of hair in specific places, depending on what we're talking about. But when it comes to like armpit and leg hair, like here's a fun story for you. There was this girl that I used to work with she was she was in the she worked like with she was like a woodworker or whatever. She worked in the shop, and she let her leg hair go, right? And for some reason, somehow, she got this idea in her head that I had a crush on her. I don't know how this happened because I never made any advances towards her. One time we had this weird, awkward interaction where I found out that she lived kind of close to me, and I had invited her over. I said, "Oh, if you want to come over and use the pool sometime, you're more than welcome." Like, kind of saying it as just like a toss-off thing. So I think that she read more into that than I was like trying to make it seem. But like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, bro, you think that I'm attracted to you when you've got this much leg hair? I pray that you did not want to come over and use the pool. Seeing you in a bathing suit would have been absolutely atrocious. So, yeah. Glad that I don't work with her anymore. Like, she's not a bad person or anything. Like, it was just awkward for no reason. But yeah, just a funny situation there because I definitely was not attracted to this girl. But she was like one of these chicks that's like bisexual, but like very open and proud about it. You know, like made it part of her personality kind of thing. And the body hair, even, you know, she was not like unattractive in the face or anything, but like the body hair was instantly a turnoff. So simps and cucks love Whitney. This is true. This is true. I guess that is a good point. There might be some self-described Whitney Cummings fans in that community. Yama speaking facts, that's literally all that I do. Imagine genuinely being a cuck and liking that shit. Dude, I could never. I like, not even, like, again, I'm not even trying to shame it. It's just something that is so far out of the realm of reality as to how my mind operates that I could never in a million years understand that as a mindset and a mentality. Like, I do not get it in the slightest. Like, it's just, it's like one of those things that like, it does not compute in my brain, you know? Did you guys see Adam 22 getting knocked out by the guy that banged his wife? Yeah, we talked about it on stream at some point. Yeah. Like I said, what I had said to that is that if you ever see me setting a single foot anywhere near the path that Adam 22 has taken for himself, I don't care how much money is at the end of that road. Just take me out behind the chemical sheds and, give me a lead nap, because that is, I could never in a million years. And I don't know how that guy does it, to be perfectly honest. I don't like, again, you know, I actually heard, Big J Okerson talking about it on Legion of Skanks recently. And what he said is he's like, yeah, you know, he's doing it and he's laughing his way to the bank, but you're going to now forever have been the guy who laughed his way all to the bank off of the back of having to watch your wife get banged by another guy and then get beat up by the guy that banged your wife. So it's like, bro, I mean, I guess everybody has a price, but I got to believe that my price is a little bit higher than that. In the promo, she said he made her bite the bed sheets and owns her body, not Adam anymore unless he wins. Yeah, dude, I mean, it's all an act with all of that, but however much truth there is to it or whatever, like, it just doesn't matter. It's like, I don't care if it's a bit or if it's true or whatever. Like, I don't want anywhere near that. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to set even a pinky toe into anywhere in a conversation of that type. 0 damage to either of these guys' faces, bro. Yeah, no, this card has been really lacking. We've had maybe 1 or 2 standout moments on this card, but really, I'm telling you, the highlight of the card has been B-Win getting finished by our girl, what was her name? Young? Yeah, our girl Young from Orlando. That's been the highlight of this whole thing so far. But at least next up, we get to see one of the dopest mustaches in all of the land, so it's going to save everything. My bad. It was buffering for a second. It might have been your internet or it might have been the stream, bro. We've been having all kinds of problems tonight. The stream, man, this one really hurt my feelings, bro. After everything that happened today, today was a kind of a rough day for me. Not for me personally, but rough. I felt bad for some things that are going on for some of my friends. I disagree. People can laugh, but money's so good. At least he ain't poor doing this. I mean, bro, that's fine. If you agree with that, then that's your business. But I mean, I will make as much money as I make in my life and can at least rest my head at night knowing that I didn't do that. So to each his own. I don't even really like fault him if he is okay with that. Again, it's something that I cannot understand, but everybody's entitled to find happiness however they want to find it. I'm just saying it's not something that I could ever understand and would never even like think that I could wrap my head around or would want to. That Superman punch was the highlight of the card. True. Yes, we did have that. We did have a that actually really, all jokes aside, what was it? Travis St. John. Travis St. John getting the knockout in front of his hometown was pretty fucking sick. So, yeah, that is definitely a high point of the card. Even if the referee made his boy Morris stand up just to get knocked down one more time, that was not a great look. But yeah, now we get Brendan Kelly with this crazy hair and mustache combo looking like Tom Hanks in Castaway right now. If your kink is used as a general insult, you deserve to be shamed for it, to be honest? Nah. No, I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. You can like what you like. Nothing wrong with that. Again, I mean, it's something that I don't understand, but I'm not here to judge anybody in that way. I just know it's not something that I would ever be okay with for myself. Mustache Man about to turn this card up, I believe, bro. I want to believe too. Let's all believe together. Again, I want more positive thinking. We need to use the secret right now. Will it into the universe, and in turn, the universe wills it back to us. We are going to get a finish in this fight. That's me beaming it out to the universe, by the way. Let's see if it worked. Do you still plan on streaming the Royal Rumble tomorrow? Brother, I am not streaming the Royal Rumble. That's Chase, bro. I don't know why he doesn't do it. I don't get it. I do not understand it. But that's Chase's business. He can do what he wants. Don't kink shame. Yeah, exactly. As long as no one's getting hurt, as long as it's all consensual stuff, then everybody's entitled to find joy and pleasure the way that they do. Using your control powers? True, dude. I got to tap into those more. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu. I still know a little bit. That actually was the beginning of the blessing for the wine. Let's see if I can do the whole thing. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu v'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lahad lekner shel Shabbat. Yes! Hey, I did it! That was the entire blessing of the wine. That's one of like the most common Jewish prayers. Yeah, that's one of the most common prayers in all of Judaism. Baruch atah Adonai Echad. Baruch atah Adonai Echad Eloheinu. I was going to do the Lord's Prayer, but I don't remember that one. Baruch atah Adonai Adonai Eloheinu Adonai. Yeah, there you go. Baruch atah Adonai Echad Eloheinu Echad Olam Asher Kiddushanu Mitzvotav V'tzivanu Lekner Shel Shabbat. I believe that that's the Lord's Prayer. It's not the same as the Lord's Prayer in Christianity, but like that's the praising of God, basically. Um, they're probably into me shaming them. I'm actually being super pro kink. If you think about it, that's actually a good point. It's actually kind of a good point. I mean, if they have a humiliation fetish, then I guess you are kind of helping out. Speaking more like that, the algorithm will reward you. I'm telling you, bro, I can feel the weather changing as we speak. Kind of true, though. I don't know, bro. Do you really think that the algorithm would reward that? Like, how many Jewish creators can you really think of? Like, who are some really big Jewish creators right now that are like big, big? I don't even think that we've got Jews running Google. You know what I'm saying? I think that really it's like, I mean, Mr. Beast isn't Jewish. SD. Oh, this is SD Kid? You never post it in the Discord. I do not understand you guys. I ask you to post these things in the Discord so that I can listen to them and understand. You never do this. Ben Shapiro is the only one I know. Oh, come on. He doesn't count. Ben Shapiro doesn't count as a creator. I'm talking about like a YouTube creator. I'm talking about like a content creator. Ben Shapiro is a fucking political grifter. Yeah, he don't represent us. At least not me and my level. Not my people. You asked for SD Kid in the Discord. I sent Russian prison throat singing. It's a simple transaction. Fair. All right. Well, I did listen to that, and I did enjoy it. So I guess I am an SD Kid fan by that logic. Aiden? Yeah, I'll give you Aiden. Aiden actually does track, but I mean, he's not really a YouTuber, though. I'm talking about in YouTube specifically, because we're talking about that algorithm, right? I mean, I guess if we're talking in the streaming space in general, yeah, Aiden does count. Shout out to CP for still being here, by the way. Appreciate you, bro. Ben Shapiro is your overlord? Fuck no. Ben Shapiro is a dork, bro. You ever hear him reading the lyrics to WAP? Macaroni in a pot? That's some wet ass P word? That sounds like a medical condition. Bro, when was the last time that you satisfied your wife? Anyway. Yo, I don't care if Brandon Kelly wins this fight. He has already won the battle with this amazing facial hair that he's got going on right now. Bro looks like the Dream Finder from Journey into Your Imagination. Or the OG, rather, Journey into Imagination. The greatest theme park ride of all time. People, let me tell you something real quick before this fight starts. The greatest attraction in the history of theme parks is a ride that used to be at Epcot Center in Florida here at Disney World. It was called Journey into Imagination. If you have a chance, go on YouTube and look up footage of this ride. It is the greatest ride that has ever existed. And they took it away and completely fucked it in the ear. And now it sucks balls. But the OG will never be forgotten, as it is the greatest attraction in the history of theme parks. Some inside knowledge for you. I love the picture of Ben Shapiro outside of the Home Depot with a single 2x4 in a plastic bag with a cowboy hat over his yarmulke. I've never seen that, but that sounds very funny. That's along the lines of James Hetfield on Rodeo Drive. All right. Willis versus Kelly is underway. We're going for Brendan Kelly and his amazing facial hair. He even admitted his wife never got wet. What? Did he actually say that? Wow. Maybe he needs to get some of that substance that Diddy had a whole bunch of. Leviathan at Canada's Wonderland clears everything. I don't. What, is that a roller coaster? I mean, either way, roller coasters and dark rides can't really be compared as apples to apples. But either way, nothing beats Journey into Imagination. So I put that up against any attraction that has ever existed. Conservatives don't believe in foreplay. Well, that's certainly a good reason not to be a part of the party. My doctor wife is still a vocal tick of mine? Is that a reference to fucking what's his name? Joe Matarese? I mean, I'm sure you're talking about Ben Shapiro, but that's a pretty deep comedy cut that's actually very funny if you know what I'm talking about. It's a roller coaster? Yeah, then you can't really compare it to a dark ride. I'd like to ride it, though. I like roller coasters a lot. We've got some decent ones in Florida, but there are certainly better ones out there. Ooh, that was a good hand for Kelly. A little blood on the nose of Willis already. Ooh, yeah. Hey, winging shots over here, Kelly. Let's go. Facial hair power. Also, he doesn't have a cowboy hat on in the pic I sent, but it's in Discord. Okay, got you. I'll check it out. Ben Shapiro would always say, my doctor wife, when defending his wife, don't get gushy. Oh. Well, then I guess she can diagnose herself as to why that's happening. I wonder what that diagnosis would be. I'd be curious what her thoughts are on that. Yeah, they're definitely swinging wild. Yeah, Kelly getting some good licks in there. He's got a little blood on his own nose. But, yeah, good round. Made some wild shots, but kind of what you want to see. Go in there and throw crazy haymakers. Guy's got Little Dicky in his corner. That is Little Richard. Not that Little Richard, but yeah, he's got Little Dicky as a cornerman. Actually, that dude looks more Russian than Little Dicky. That's Little Dickykov. Little Dickyakova. Stop talking about your Little Dicky, Emma. It's not my Little Dicky, bro. It's the world's Little Dicky. Little Dicky is of the people. Even though I guess he went to act on that television show and now doesn't make music anymore. I mean, he was always kind of mid as a musician to begin with, but his songs were pretty funny, so got to give him credit. Save That Money is a good song. That's really the only like actual bop that he had. I'll never forget the time that I went to the strip club and had them put that on for the dancers to dance to. I was trying to send a signal. Nice counter shot by Kelly. Every time I have ever been in a strip club, I always make it my mission to scare the hoes as much as possible. And the easiest way to do that is just to say that you're not going to spend money. Somebody took me to a strip club for my birthday once. I do not like strip clubs, so I did not want to go, but they were like, hey, we're going to, it's your birthday, I'm taking you out. And I didn't know where we were going. We ended up at a strip club. I was like, all right. When we were there, I distinctly remember this girl coming over to me and starting to try to strike up a conversation. I just remember saying, yeah, all the women here, man, all they care about is money. It's like, when are these women going to like me for me? It didn't go over very well. I think her actual response back was, never tell a stripper that you don't have money. And in my mind, I was saying, I know I have money. I'm just not going to spend it on you. Only song Thinker likes is called Save That Money. I mean, right now, bro, hey, look, meme aside, being frugal right now has been keeping me alive, dude. The largest expenditure I have made in a frivolous manner has been the show that I went to last night. That was way more money than I wanted to spend on a ticket, but it still was not a crazy amount of money compared to what I have. Being wise with your money. That's why I think it's such a dumb like meme or like a dumb like stereotype. It's like, oh, Jews are good with money. Or it's like, yeah, oh, I mean, like you should be too. Like everybody should be. It shouldn't be a Jewish thing. Like I have a friend who's not Jewish and we talk about that. And I'm like, bro, like this should not be a Jewish or not Jewish thing. Like you should just like, that should just be a human thing. Be smart with your money. That's like a very basic adult thing. I don't get the appeal of strip clubs. Me neither. The only real appeal of strip clubs is if you're looking to buy a woman, which, you know, you can. That certainly can happen, you know. There are plenty of ways to get a stripper to come home with you if you want, but I don't, so I also don't get the appeal. Why do I want to just get bricked up with my bros and leave? Yeah, exactly. I mean, mostly for that, like, it's like horny dudes who, like, are going to go home and bang their wives, I guess. But, I mean, again, just actually marry someone that you want to bang in the first place. But, yeah, like I said, I mean, like, the only reason for me that strip clubs are, like, of value is if you're, like, trying to go and, you know, make a purchase, but that's not something that appeals to me. Even boxing with MMA gloves is still just kind of slow. I mean, bro, it's also the quality of the fighters, bro. This card has not been great. This has been about as mid as it gets. Boxing is always just such a womp womp. Yes, that is. Bro, every time. It's like, I feel like every time. This is what I was saying. That's why, like, in the back of my mind, I actually kind of wanted there to not be any finishes on this card just so that I could say, we have given boxing every chance. If it's not bare knuckle, we're not watching it. In fact, even still, I mean, I'm not going to say that it's a hard and fast rule because we have had finishes, but, like, in general, if it's not bare knuckle, I'm not watching boxing. Like, this has really sealed the deal for me. Like, we could have been watching mid-level MMA and been getting way more enjoyment out of it. And then we could have figured out what combat jiu-jitsu actually is. I feel we were cheated tonight. The ring being wood and leather is kind of cool. Yeah, I agree. Like, there are things to like about the structure of dirty boxing specifically. I like the rule set compared to actual traditional boxing. I like the ability that these guys have if they actually utilize the rule set to their advantage to go in for finishes. But right now we're seeing what happens when the quality of the fighters is not up to the snuff of the rule set. Yeah, I like the shorter rounds too. You know, the shorter rounds make it so that you should have more of a sense of urgency, but I'm not necessarily seeing that out of all of these fighters. Jesus Christ, this guy Kelly is winging shots. Bro literally just did a lateral. he came across. Bro, you could have did replay stream of one championships fights from today and have been more entertained. True. This is very true, Jeremy. I actually watched those fights live. Of course, by the way, I've said it many times, but if you are looking for the best place to watch along with one championship, make sure that you subscribe to Chase Parton at CP Smalls. I was in Chase's chat for the fights this morning. Woke up a little bit later than the start, of course, because I only got a couple hours of sleep. But, yeah, you know, had I not watched them, yeah, I probably should have. But there was a bunch of fights on. Like, there was a lot of live fighting on tonight. Like, there's a lot going on tonight. I'm not particularly happy that we decided on this, based on what we've seen. and also the fact that I thought that maybe more people would be interested in the stream. That's a very minor thing, though, of course. I don't really care too much about that as long as you find people are here. That's all I need. And we got a couple of new subs, so thank you very much for those people. And if you are out there watching along and lurking, feel free to say hello and also make sure that you're subscribed. You just finished watching A1 and now you're watching this. A1 is over already? Damn, that was quick for 22 fights. I guess it started a little bit earlier. Yeah, what time did that start? That started at like 5 o'clock Eastern? Something like that? Maybe 6? I don't remember, but shout out to 10-7. Hope you're doing well, bro. Hope you enjoyed those fights. Did Uriah Faber win? And how was the combat jiu-jitsu? This very mysterious combat jiu-jitsu that I've been hearing about. What time will you be on tomorrow? That's a good question. Let's find out. What time does the card start tomorrow? Card starts at 5, so I will be on at 4:50 p.m. Always on 10 minutes early to the card. That's for the real ones. You know, I always put out in public on social media that it starts at the start time of the event, but real ones know that I'm always on early. And that's why I'm chatting with the real ones. Also, if you come in early, you will be eligible to be a part of the community parlay. So if you have a parlay or a couple of picks that you feel strongly about, make sure you come in early, drop them in the chat, and we'll create a little parlay out of those. 6 o'clock Chicago time. I think you guys are Central time. So yeah, I guess that would have been 5 o'clock my time. Faber won by RNC. Oh, nice. Okay. Maybe 3/4 of a minute. Oh, wow. The combat jits was okay. Some open-handed smacks. Oh, okay. So you can't actually close hand strike. Interesting. Yeah, we were kind of unsure what the rules were with combat jiu-jitsu, but interesting. You're always on 2 hours before. You get started for the event 2 hours early and go through the entire event? How long are you streaming for, bro? Jesus Christ, my guy. You got to be on for like 10 hours at a pop sometimes. That's crazy. But yeah, good point. Everybody make sure that you're subbed to 10-7 as well. Great channel. Yeah, quality content going on over there with those guys. Dino dark background and Dino not dark background. Oh, 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, got you. Oh, you only do a pre-show, not a... Okay. Hey, look at that. What a great opportunity you have there. You go and you subscribe to 10-7. You watch the pre-show with him. You watch the watch-along with me. You got a full day of streaming. I like it. Good deal. Oh, this Willis guy ended up winning that fight? All right, whatever. Feel like I'm checked out of this fight. Hopefully the women bring something in this main event. At least they'll be nice to look at. People are saying robbery in the chat. And the crowd goes quiet. Damn. This dude is getting roasted in the chat really bad right now. Dana White privilege. Yeah, crowd not happy with that decision. The Spen guy is a kickboxer / Muay Thai guy. I don't know why he's here in Dirty Boxing. Probably because there aren't that many Muay Thai opportunities in the U.S. Not even really that many opportunities to like make real money in kickboxing in the U.S. Should go over to Glory. Still got to do a Glory watch along at some point. Still waiting for that to come around. I'll be honest, I'll contemplate a companion when we get big, but I watch with family and go to a good amount of cards, so wouldn't be consistent. True. Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. Yeah, do whatever, man. Do whatever works for you. 8 days notice for Brendan Kelly. He fought pretty good, even though he wings shots like a crazy person. Anik is saying that he's glad the more technical striker won. Like, come on, man. The crowd was not happy. The chat is not happy. The viewers are not happy in general with the quality of the card, period. Probably should have given them what they wanted. What's cool is when I switched to DBX, I figured you'd be doing a stream. Hey, appreciate it, man. Thank you for thinking about the channel. Appreciate your support, brother. Unfortunately, it is on a night where we would be doing a Friday show, so really in the big picture, we probably would have had a better time just doing a free-for-all. But we'll figure out when we're going to do the next one, and we'll definitely get you guys on. I'll talk to Chase about it. Or at least one of you, however you guys want to work it out. We'll figure it out. But yeah, could have been tonight. But instead we're doing this, and yeah, it's been something. But of course, Jessica Rose Clark is fighting. That's a name that I recognize. And she's going up against Paula Bittencourt, who would seem to be a little bit of a sacrificial lamb, which is crazy that she's in the main event. She's like 2-2 in her career. I know it's been said prior, but for all the rules meant to specifically make fights exciting, these fights are so dull. Yeah, I'm telling you, it goes down to the level of the actual competitors, I believe, unfortunately. But it is what it is. They can't all be the best. We're getting an interview with Jessica Rose Clark before the fight that she's about to fight. Let's get it. I like it, bro. We'll do it. Yeah, I'll talk to Chase about it. She has a bunch of little small tattoos on her face. She's got like charm bracelet tattoos on her face. She's got a little one over here. She's got a little one over here. She's got one inside of her ear. She's got a little sideburn. Looks like she's got the Marilyn Manson anti-shock, but instead of the point at the end, it's like a little flower. Are those real tats on her face? I would suspect so. I mean, it's an unfortunate thing that's the case, but, it is what it is. Look how blown out that anchor is on her cheek. It just looks like a splotch. That's a suspicious lightning bolt on her right ear. I know, bro. But I think at the end is like a flower or something. So maybe it's like a statement, Oh, they really put the Brazilian with the Brazilian. This Brazilian with a very thick accent. Literally the tats a 4-year-old girl would want to get. True. It kind of looked like, those little small stickers that like they come on the sheet, like a sticker sheet. It really looked like a little kid just like pulled off a bunch of stickers and just started sticking them on her face. Once again, hey, Savage. Once again, I'm late to the party, but I heard JRP. Real life Harley Quinn. Yes, Jessica Rose P. JRC. Real life Harley Quinn. That is true. Sexy ass B. Hey, okay. Fair enough. She is nice to look at. So is her opponent to an extent, at least. How's it going, bro? It's going good. We were talking about you earlier. Somebody had some disparaging comments to say about Kayla Harrison. And, I said that's an instant oil checking from you. Was about to pass out and seeing the stream, so of course had to stop on. Bro, appreciate you, man. Hope you're having a great night, man. Hope everything's going well on the farm. We haven't had a farm update in a while. Yeah, how's all the livestock? Not disparaging, said she looked like a man. Some would consider that disparaging, even if you don't mean it that way, my guy. All right, main event is about to commence here. The fight that defines the night. Mike Perry in a cowboy hat reading off of a teleprompter. This is a recipe for success. See, I told you, Hydra. I told you Savage was going to be not taking kindly to a sentiment like that. You feel like it should be gender affirming to her. She clearly put a lot of work in and substance in to look that manly. Well, hey, first of all, let's not be jumping to any kind of conclusions. Kayla Harrison has never popped before, so let's not start those kinds of talks. That aside, she is still a lady. Yama, what is your logo? The Mario flower. Yeah, it's similar to the piranha plant. Yeah, it's called the Yamrana. And what it is actually is it's a microphone Venus flytrap. But we call it the Yamrana because it is similar to the piranha plant. But yeah, that's actually what it really is it's a piranha plant top that is a Venus flytrap. And then that's the leaves coming off the side. And then if you see at the bottom, there's the little curly Q, which is the mic cord. So yeah, that's actually what it is a Venus flytrap microphone combination. In fact, 10-7, I'm going to keep a little bit of suspense, but I'll just say, when the merch drops, there'll be something that'll be illuminating to that exact point. So keep your eyes open for the merch. If this fucking printer actually wants to get me the fucking quote that I asked for, this motherfucker. It's not even that bad. It's just annoying to me because I talked to the guy, he knows it's what it's for and everything. And I'm like, dude, yeah, let's get this thing going. Oh yeah, I'll get you a quote in a couple days. Couple days goes by. Now it's the fucking weekend. I'm sitting here having people waiting on this, and I'm having to delay it even more because of this printing shit. But just know that it is right around the corner. All of the things that can be designed without what I'm doing for the printing have been designed. So once this printing stuff is done, merch will be out, and we'll be doing a live stream to announce all of that. And a very special announcement as well. Double fisting oil check. Jesus Christ. Yo, Savage. You gotta chill, my guy. Oh, man, that's funny. How does that get through YouTube's auto mod? Savage types with immunity, I swear. True. Savage just knows the game, bro. He's been talking that way for a very long time. How many do you plan on getting, or are you doing them by order? Yeah, no, we're doing it's so the I mean, again, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to tip the hand, but the majority of items will be print to order, and then the things that I'm waiting on currently are going to be ones that I will keep in stock and fulfill myself. So it's kind of a hybrid thing going on. But yeah, I'm going to be doing a small batch of the first round of stickers, and then stickers and a little small poster. And I'll just reorder those as I need to. So we'll see how many I end up selling, but I'm probably going to do a run of maybe 50 to start out just to be safe. Cause I don't think I'm going to be selling anywhere near 50, but we'll see. But yeah, the other items that are not posters and stickers will be print to order. You're unblockable? True. No one can hold back the savage. Too savage to be held back. Besides those couple of times your comments got blocked. Well, of course, those don't count. Exactly. Sometimes you be wildin', but only sometimes. Most of the time, you're a very well-behaved young man. Hell yeah, looking forward to Yama merch. Appreciate you, bro. Bro, I'm telling you, I want this out so badly at this point. Like I'm sick of denying that. I mean, the fact that you guys are even remotely interested in it is I'm so blessed for that. I want to get to the people already. That's why I'm very unhappy with the printer right now. The only reason I am not shopping around for other printers is because I know specifically this printer did a good job on a different project that I had worked on, not Yammer related. Can't wait to get a Yammer shirt and info dump on any girl who asks. Well, that is an instant ticket to immediate intimate encounters. So, I mean, bro, go for it. So it's this channel on YouTube, and there's this guy Thinker, and he talks about MMA, and he live streams for all these events. Plus, he does non-UFC stuff, and that's really cool because sometimes there are MMA live streams and YouTubers and stuff, and they don't do stuff outside the UFC. But Thinker does all of the promotions. Like, this is really where you want to go if you're going to be watching MMA content. And then you just see, as you're talking, the panties just start slowly dropping down her thighs. Dude, Hydra, true. Can control the weather, but not the printer. I mean, brother, sometimes the superpowers just aren't super powerful enough. I don't know what to say. Maybe it's because I don't go to temple enough. I can't tell you the last time I was actually inside of a temple. You're literally getting laid as we speak just because you turned on the stream. See, 10-7 knows the deal, bro. This is ball knowledge coming from 10-7 and presumably from the lady that he's with right now as well. So A+, brother. Congratulations to you, the lady, and the friend of the lady who's also there. Bro's getting down multiple directions right now. And I'm chilling on stream. Hey, everybody. Hope you're all having a good time. Thumbs up. You're welcome, brother. Yama shirts are the real life version of what the Axe body spray commercials. Yes. You walk out the house with one and you'll be covered in punani. And dude, I'm telling you, instantly you become more attractive. Plus, I mean, bro, I'm not trying to toot my own horn over here, but let me tell you, I'm very happy with how the merch looks right now. That's another reason why it's taken a little while. Like, I wanted to get it right. Now, we're not talking about any kind of crazy designs just yet. No, though, that, well, anyway, I'm tipping the hand too much on the merch right now. I got to save it for the live stream. We're going to do an announcement stream, but just know that I'm very satisfied currently with the merch that we've got. I think you guys are going to like it. I'm really excited to show it to you guys, and I can't wait for you guys to be able to get your hands on it. Yama's the virtual punani magnet we all use. Yes. Maybe that's what he's using all his Jew powers for. Brother, you understand the assignment here when it comes to me. This is what I am here for. This is what the good Lord, the Jewish good Lord, by the way, put your boy on the planet to do, is to make sure the homies eat. Punani. When you're with Yama, everybody eats. All right, let's get this main event over with over here. Make sure we eat literally. Exactly, bro. Bro, that's a high-priced meal right there. I'm making sure the boys are eating good in the neighborhood over here. Is Paula Bittencourt not wearing an actual bra under her sports bra? Looking a little cold in there. She's peeking out of that thing. Yes, this is her DBX debut. We have a debuting fighter in the main event of Dirty Boxing right now, by the way. Your doorbell rang and it was several more chicks, brother. I mean, dude, you're going to have to start expanding the house at this rate. I mean, it's like you're going to have to climb over bodies just to get to the refrigerator. It's like a man's got to eat something other than poon every once in a while. Ladies, I love you all, but I must get to the bread and the milk in the pantry. Cutting diamonds, I'm telling you, dude. Yeah, she was peeking. Turkey's done. Man, I'm going to spin a dreidel in your honor, brother. Please do. Hopefully you land on, what was it? I think Gimel, I believe, is the one that gets you everything. I think. I forget which one's the take all, winner takes all, but just don't land on none, because none gets you none. Hey. Bittencourt heard you were streaming. She got excited. Dude, I'm telling you, this is Yama by osmosis right now. Now go out there and actually fight. Fight's underway. Let's see what we got in this main event. Jessica Rose Clark starting off with a left hand. Sometimes I'm more full after poon than a normal meal. Maybe that's what my body really needs when I'm hungry, bro. Indeed. I mean, I think you're learning as you go, bro. You're still young. Like, you got a long way to go, but you're already on a very good path if you're recognizing these things early in life. And nice 1-2 for Clark. I'm going to make a dreidel where I win and take all on every side. Based. You'd think that the Jews would have already come up with that. That should have been one of our ideas. A no-lose dreidel. You just got to make sure you're the first one to spin it. There's a metaphor in there, I would think. Ooh, that was a good connection from Bittencourt. Yeah, another right hand for Bittencourt as Rose Clark overswings a little bit. Yeah, they're trading. And nice step-in hook for Bittencourt. And nice connections for Rose Clark. They're actually throwing some hands. I'll give them some credit. Oh, step-in elbow for Jessica Rose. You keep thinking that her anchor tattoo is her opening up under her eye. True. Yeah. When you're not up close to it, it is hard to tell. You know, you get like a dark blood spot. She's got another one on the other side, too. It's hard to tell. Maybe that was strategic. You know, keep the judges on their toes. Does she also have a fighting penguin tattoo on her back like that one dude in UFC? There's one guy who has a slippy penguin on his back with boxing gloves on, I believe. I think it might have been not Vince Pichel. Might have been Vince Pichel, but no, it's Vince Morales. I think it's Vince Morales. Well, I'm glad that Jessica Rose Clark is having fun in the boxing ring currently, because we sat through the whole card. All right, that's round one. Couple decent connections, though. That, you know, not terrible. I'd have to look at the individual pieces, but I'm not a fan of Clark's whole layout. Yeah, I've never been a fan of like the patchy deal, but I guess I kind of understand it if you want multiple things that don't interconnect as like a sleeve. So, yeah, but like patchwork tattoos always kind of make me like think of like um wallpaper to an extent. Like a wallpaper that's just got a bunch of random stuff all over it. It's just like, not really my thing, but whatever. Would it be racist to get a blackout tattoo on your face? Follow up. Is it less racist if a UFC fighter did it to hide damage? First of all, is it racist? There's actually a movie about that. There's literally a movie about a white supremacist that gets kidnapped by a black family and gets tattooed head to toe black just so that they can, I guess, understand what it's like to be a black person? Question mark. I don't know what the point of the movie really is, but I guess that's the messaging of it. And then second of all, would it be racist if they did it in the UFC? Probably not. Would it be a good look? Definitely not. I think it comes from the intention, but either way, terrible look in general. Plus, how could you ever really get it to the point that it's like covering? I guess you could shave your head. Because I was going to say, you'd always get up to like the hairline, but you could just shave your head, so. MMA fighters on average have the worst tattoos and nicknames. The nicknames maybe not as much. Sometimes the nicknames can be pretty fire, but tattoos, yeah, I think that's probably accurate. Nothing will ever beat that Johnny Cash tattoo that one dude has. I forget who it is off the top of my head, but I think it's is it Alan Belcher? If it's not Alan Belcher, it's like one of those. It's like a guy that's like Alan Belcher, but one of those big dudes that has the Johnny Cash tattoo that just looks absolutely awful. Patchwork tats like that just look bad. If you just like random things and think they look cool, just get posters. True. Yeah, exactly. I've never understood that with tattoos. Like, you can get the exact same thing not permanently etched on your body. Bittencourt is not doing bad in this fight, by the way. Like, she's been landing some decent shots. MMA fighters have some of the best athlete tattoos, like Charles' back piece. I mean, some fighters do, definitely. Like, those are the standouts, I would say. I mean, like, Sean Brady's got some amazing ink. Volkov. Actually, fucking Buddy earlier today on this card had the back piece with the samurai mask and the mirrored tattoos on either sides of his shoulders. That was kind of dope. They get to understand what it means to be black, but get none of the perks: athleticism, dong size. But they don't show damage the same. Even though we've seen plenty of black athletes who show damage just fine, so probably don't even get that. This was not a well thought out plan. Could you imagine, like, undergoing that process and halfway through realizing how bad of an idea it is? Still can't dance. Well, you'd think if they're fighters, they've got some rhythm. I always forget how many NFL players are tatted because I can't see it on them. Yeah, that is somewhat unfortunate for some of the more darkly complexioned individuals amongst us. You like a lot of Tom's ink? Like, Tom is weird with that because he's got some like really nice ink and then he's got some really bad ink as well. Like, he's kind of an anomaly in that regard. Like, he's got some really like quality ones and then some ones you're like, bro, you must have got that when you were really young. Let your boy do it. Oh, yeah, this is for a belt, by the way. This is the women's, bantamweight? Yeah, this is the women's bantamweight title fight right now that we're watching. Oh, and it is a 5-rounder. All right, maybe they're scaling. Your black friend in college literally has tats up his neck and down his arms, and none of us noticed for the first month we knew him. Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, is he dark, dark? He must be. His neck is bad, but he was covering a lot of his old stuff with black work, which I love. Okay. I mean, his neck didn't look that bad to me, like the little supernova thing. Of course, the neck tattoo, known far and wide for being the thing that he was mad at Saratobia about. Saratobia will always tell you about her interactions with Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall, who is a big fan of Saratobi's Instagram. Don't know why that could be. Yeah, Galactic Throat Aspinall. I'm not opposed to it. It's not the worst neck tattoo I've ever seen. Oh, buddy. Like, where's the killer instinct, you know? Hydra just wanted to slide in that he has a black friend. We get you. You have cool friends unlike us. What? Brother. Certainly not something that I was thinking. Yeah, Jessica's legs are like way patchwork, bro. Look at her legs. I didn't even notice that until just now, but she's got literal, just like, again, it looks like a sticker book. She's got a sticker book set of tattoos. I'm just always questioning why he got that when his other super cool pieces that aren't space related. I don't know. Maybe just thought it looked cool. Not everybody has themes to their tattoos, you know? Also, I've come to realize that not everybody has meaning behind their tattoos, which to me seems very crazy. If I ever did take the plunge to get a tattoo, it would certainly be something that had to have very deep meaning for me. But to each his own. Her legs are like a Victorian vase. Jesus. Show me a Victorian vase that looks like that. You've got a snake, a flower, and a Hanya, so you just get a galaxy. Sure, yeah. I tattoo something small on myself for no reason, just to do it. Well, again, to each his own. But to me, I would not enter that without great meaning attached. But again, do whatever you want. It's your body. I can keep memories in other things. Let me have my body for cool tattoos. I mean, again, do whatever you want, but just for me, it's not the way that I would operate. Because also, like, once you pick something super cool, then you're stuck with it forever. Like, you got to make sure that it's the coolest fucking thing you've ever seen in your life. Because you only get one chance to have that unless you cover it up. Oh, all right. Jessica Rose Clark finally stumbling her opponent for a brief second. All right, Savage. Yes. Definitely cool your jets, bro. I'm going to get a tat of Cyril Gahn's fingers inside Tom's skull. There you go. Now that's a quality piece of work waiting to happen. I mean, dude, how much Punani do you actually want to get? Brother, you're just stacking it at this point. Save some for the rest of us, my guy. I might be I might not be alive tomorrow. I want to enjoy these every day that I get. I mean, fair enough. Like, as long as you are really loving them and that they are the coolest thing that you think you'll ever see in your life. Because if you think of something cooler that you would have had or would have liked to have had more, either you cover up what you already got or that, you're tough luck. Has there been a lady finger or lady finger? See, this is what Savage does to me. Has there been a lady fighter who you don't think would look great like that Savage? Oh, I mean, I can probably think of a couple. I've got 3 other limbs for that. Hey, fair enough, brother. Again, but you only get a limited amount of space, is I guess what I'm trying to say here. John is hating this fight in the corner, thinking about how much easier he could beat them up. Yo. I could backhand her. I could kick her. John was like, fuck, if it was me out there. Oh my God. I could literally just take these women both at the same time and just smack the living hell out of both of them. If only my daughters were here. Jeez, that's really sad that that joke actually makes sense. Again, he brings it on himself. I feel no sympathy for that. I also feel no sympathy for it for the fact that he never had any repercussions from it. So if the law is not going to do anything about it, then the least I can do is mercilessly roast him. John can't help but fantasize beating on small women. These are facts, unfortunately. That long-suffering fiancé of his that is now inextricably linked with him for the rest of her God-forsaken life. His kids didn't stop him when they called the cops on him in Vegas for turning their mom into pulp. These are true. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, look, if you're willing to do that in front of your kids, then, cops are not going to do anything about it. The best that's going to happen is that you're going to get memed on for it, and we're not going to forget. We don't forget, exactly. To be fair, how do you stop John Jones as a child? They did the right thing. You call the cops. But, cops don't do shit because John is the golden boy. He did get arrested. They finally defused the situation, even though it was pretty much already over. Yeah, you run from the hotel room crying with your mom's phone, calling 911, saying your dad is going to kill her. There you go. Bingo. The questions are being answered. I hate that these are the answers. I'll be honest, John was amongst the coolest fighters I've ever met. Some are dicks. He was very down to earth and took a lot of time to talk to us. Yeah, well, but 10-7, you have to understand that, yes, John Jones is going to do that because that is the public persona that he wants to put on, that he's a nice, good guy. He is a two-faced liar and a terrible human being behind that. Many, many terrible human beings put on a good face. A lot of times people do that specifically to hide the negative aspects of their personality. In fact, if you'd like to see a very interesting, even though it is a very long video, I would recommend watching Veritas, which is a channel here on YouTube, very quality creator. Veritas did a video about Billy Mitchell, who is the Pac-Man champion, quote unquote, if you want to still consider him that. A person who was pretty much exposed for being a cheater. And in there, they talk about how nice Billy Mitchell is to everyone. Something that I actually have personal experience with, considering that I actually used to work for Billy Mitchell's family. Billy Mitchell would be a guy who would bend over backwards for you. He would go out of his way to help you. In fact, Billy Mitchell ended up getting me into a video game convention here in Florida. Just because he was a nice guy. But again, this does not take away from the facts that he potentially, and I'm not saying it, but a lot of people have speculated, and maybe a little bit more than speculated at this point, he is a cheater. He does all of those things to mask the fact that he is a cheater. So I'm saying that to say, yeah, John Jones is going to be nice with fans. Behind the scenes, different story. Jones got a hell of an act, but over time it slipped more and more. Of course, yeah, exactly. It's just a facade. The fact that he has never faced any actual consequences for anything he has ever done enables that facade. I've talked about this extensively on the channel. In fact, if you have not seen it, I highly recommend watching the video that I did, John Jones, Self-Perception, Legacy, and Tom Aspinall. Yeah, go back in the video section. I'm actually pretty proud of that one. There was literally no momentum on this card, man. So upsetting. I know. Yeah, I agree. Literally people in the crowd standing up trying to hype this fight. Like there was ever any chance that we'd be seeing a finish in this thing. You seen the fuck out of that? Fistful of quarters was great. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, absolutely. Then you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Veritas, I think, is probably the best Billy Mitchell documentary I've ever seen. Fistful of Quarters is fun, though, man. I was around. I was in the scene back in that era. Not as big as, obviously, those people. I was still in, like, high school back then. But, yeah, Fistful of Quarters, Chasing Ghosts, Twin Galaxies, I'm very familiar with. I used to have records on Twin Galaxies back in the day. I used to be quite the gamer. I was never that great, but I still tried. Thinker doesn't look up to people like John? Definitely not. Just War Machine, Joe San, Phil Baroni, Salt of the Earth people. Exactly, yeah. You know. I mean, really, if you're going to do it all the way, right? Those guys took it to major extents. If you're going to do the crime, do the time. Still waiting for an update on Phil Baroni, by the way. Phil Baroni, a story that we covered on the very, very first episode of Yama. And still waiting to hear what the fallout of all of that is. Crowd trying to will these girls to do something exciting? There was never a chance. No finish potential always kills main events. Bro, it killed most of this card. I mean, like, maybe we were holding out hope for finishes on other fights. I mean, we had a couple, but yeah, this has been a rather underwhelming dirty boxing card, I would say. It's wild. Those people seemed so weird to me when I was young. I couldn't understand how people like that existed. Yeah, I mean, you know, different subcultures, man. I mean, it's just where, you know, where your interests lie. I always liked it. I liked it. You know, I love video games. I love classic gaming. I'm a retro gamer. So it always jumped out to me as something I was interested in. But again, to each his own, you know, some people are really into crochet. Wonder if in Mexico, if there'll be anything out of Phil Baroni's case. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. I can't pretend like I know the justice system, but will seem like he'll be chilling for a while before he ever sees a judge. Perhaps, I don't know. It's been a while already. It's been over 2 years now. Which I don't mind. He can rot for all I care. Yeah, true. I mean, it's pretty bad what he did. About as bad as it gets. Split decision for this great fight here. I will say that Bittencourt did do pretty well. Who's your new champ here? Oh, wow. Paula Bittencourt with the upset. Damn. Okay. Well, there's a bit of an upset. There's some intrigue for the end of the card. Winner by split decision. I thought she did pretty good in the fight. I love video games and retro games too, but I felt it was like dorky. Oh yeah, I mean, of course it's dorky, but like, that's the thing is if you own it, then you make it cool, you know? Or you don't care. That's always how I've been. Like, again, I say it just like, I don't say it as like a hyping myself up thing, because it's very much a double-edged sword. But I really have never cared about people's perception of me. So like, I try to treat people with respect. I try to be good by people, but like if they don't like me or like have negative things to say about me or the things that I like or do, I'm like, go fuck yourself. I don't care. I'm going to be me no matter what. Sometimes that has served me better than other times in life. To me, they were old men and obsessed with something so niche. Sure, yeah, I mean, there you go. I guess maybe with age you understand it a little bit more, you know? I'm becoming an old man obsessed with something kind of niche myself here, watching all these fights all the time, even though the fight world is expanding every day. Are pokies the best base for boxing? Yo. I mean, perhaps. Maybe Paula Bittencourt has proved that. Paula and her Bittencourts. Those scorecards stink. Let's go. Not that I was watching the fight, it's just an example of poor judging by at least one judge. Oh, I mean, you make a good point with split decisions, I suppose. But it was not an unclose fight if you really were breaking it down. But at this point, like, you know, kind of checked out a little bit on this thing. Between the problems we had with the stream, the lack of excitement on the card, everything else that's been going on today. Today's a bit of a wash, but you guys are the only shining beacon of a moment in this day. So these last 5 hours plus have been the light at the end of the tunnel, you know, the shining city on a hill that we create together. So I appreciate that. Also appreciate Jake Vandenberg coming in with the donation earlier. That was very kind of him. I don't want to be misunderstood. I don't care how people view me, but I'm saying seeing those guys so manipulative and slimy about an arcade game. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, like guys that like were doing the underhanded stuff. Yeah. Okay, now I'm understanding more of what you're saying. Yeah. There definitely is a massive amount of criticism for that. I mean, it goes for all of those guys. I mean, it's pretty much the big three in that arena. Billy Mitchell, Todd Rogers, and oh my God, who's the other guy that was like the big cheater? Oh my God, my memory is escaping me. But there's a third guy who was like the big one that was like questionable. But really, mainly it is those two. The third guy was kind of a minor footnote in it. But yeah, no, but I mean, you got to understand 10-7. Like, I mean, and of course, maybe as you got older, you understand this more now. But like, you know, before the internet was really a big thing, this was a major claim to fame for these guys. And there was money attached to it, you know, like Mr. Atari, Todd Rogers getting paid for appearances off of forgeries and, you know, misrepresented information. So, you know, there was a financial incentive to it aside from prestige and, you know, you're standing within the nerd community. So yeah, there's a lot to it. And that's another reason it makes it so fascinating in a way, you know, something that not a lot of people would have that type of mindset to get into like that. But those guys really did the damn thing to the point of being exposed and now being kind of personas non gratas. Embrace the dork and be with someone who shares or accepts it. I agree. Got your girl into Silent Hill. Your girl is awesome, Savage. She beat the newest one last week. She never used to game. Now we be playing Ratchet and Clank. Let's go, bro. Again, the couples that watch Yama together stay together. Couples that game together, you know, distant second place, but also strengthening of the relationship. So I appreciate it. That, of course, is the end of the Dirty Boxing stream, so I will turn the timer off. I will also turn off that stream, and I will take off the headphones because I do not need them anymore. I'm a fight nerd, and now my girlfriend watches the UFC events and actually cares and embrace the nerd. Yeah, absolutely. You're also with a awesome lady. Love seeing Yama get donos. I know his heritage. He'll handle the money well. You know that, brother. All this money going to a very worthy place in the Yama bank account. And of course, we'll be reinvested in the stream as well. So appreciate you guys always making my dreams come true over here. You guys are the best with that. I'm a huge MMA nerd, but girls accept that much quicker than my car and tank nerdencia? Tank nerdencia? Nerdenessa? Is that a term that I should know? Billy Mitchell had that little fucking dork assistant. Yo. True. That is true. Damn, I forgot about that. I mean, low key, I will tell you this. Oh, you're nerd and tank nerdiness. Oh, wow. Yeah, tank nerdiness that's something different, bro. Yo. Savage with the $9.38 super chat, brother. Chi wee wee, my guy. Let's see if I can turn this on and get you an extra chi wee wee in here. But yo, Savage with the $9.38 super chat, my guy. Appreciate you, brother. Having an uneven number in account was bugging me. OCD. Also, it's going to a good place. Love Yama, bro. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, brother. Let's go Savage indeed. W's in the chat for Savage and for Jake earlier. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You know, always make sure that you are donating only money that you are comfortable with parting with, but it very much is appreciated by me. You guys are the best in the world. You know that I really do believe that. Does YouTube take a portion of super chats? Yes. Yeah. YouTube, I believe it is a 70-30 split for super chats, I think is the split on that. But still, you know, it's a nice, easy way to do it. So I appreciate that. All goes into the same account. So it makes it easier for accounting purposes and all that. You can also hit the the exclamation point donate. That's a direct link to the PayPal. That's also, there's a little bit of a fee with that, but not as much. So, you know, if you so choose, but either way, again, donations always optional, encouraged, but never mandatory. You know, again, RIP to the legend, King Cobra. You were going to say something about Billy Mitchell's assistant before the donut. No, okay. No, I wasn't going to talk about the nerdy, the little assistant guy. What I was going to talk about was the fact that Billy Mitchell, I forget if it was his actual daughter. I believe it was his stepdaughter. But his stepdaughter, so just to tell the story, since we're talking about it, I've told it on stream before, so this is not any kind of new information, but so I used to work for the Mitchell family. I was a busboy at Ricky's, which was a restaurant that they owned. Not Ricky's in Hollywood. That was the first one. That's the one that you see in King of Kong, where he's with the hot sauce, you know, like on the dolly. That was the Hollywood location. I worked at the location in Pembroke Pines, which was their second location. It's no longer a Ricky's anymore. I think they sold it some time back. But so I worked at the Pembroke Pines location. And his stepdaughter was a hostess at that Ricky's. And let me tell you, your boy had quite the crush on his stepdaughter. She was a very pretty lady, of course. If you've seen King of Kong, you would know Billy Mitchell's wife, a very attractive woman as well. Yeah, so that never worked out with me and her, you know. Never actually ended up linking up or any of that kind of stuff. But I do always have in the back of my mind that little thought that had it worked out with me and his stepdaughter, there is some way, somehow, some shape of reality where your boy has some type of familial ties with Billy Mitchell. And that I would just be hearing about this horse shit that is his whole public persona for the rest of my life, whether I liked it or not. At least in this circumstance, I get to watch from afar, you know? So that's my little story about that. But yes, Billy Mitchell's wife, very attractive lady. She was always very nice anytime that she was in the restaurant. Never had any problems with her. But the daughter was a little bit standoffish, I would say. Or whatever, maybe it just wasn't her type, but she was not a bad person or anything like that. She never did me wrong or anything. We never got that far, Oh shit, I'll do PayPal next time. Hey, dude, either way, brother, does not make no difference to me, bro. The fact that you want to donate is more than I could ever ask for or imagine. Really, truly, it's the thought that counts when it comes to that for me. So the fact that you are willing to do that, as I say all the time, I value and understand the value of a dollar. I take money seriously. You can make your jokes about that for whatever reason, but I understand how much donating money, like how much that means to people. I mean, that donation could have been your groceries or that kind of stuff or whatever, or something that you wanted in your own life, So I appreciate very much that you feel strongly about Yama to do that. So whatever way you do it is perfectly fine. They take 30% of my money straight to Yama. Yeah, I mean, bro, they got to get their beaks wet, brother. They are the platform, I can't be mad at it. They're allowing all of this to happen. YouTube is my partner. I am a part of the YouTube partner program. I take that partnership seriously. I am a willing and accepting partner of YouTube, even if I have some criticisms here and there. I still have your PayPal info. I should have done that. Yeah, anytime, brother. You're more than welcome to. Again, through YouTube, through PayPal, however you like. ! Donation or donate. ! Donate. We'll give you the PayPal link if you don't have it and would like it. Donations are greatly appreciated, but not necessary. Exactly, dude. R.I.P. to the legend. King Cobra has one of the most unfortunate builds, both facially and physically. Yeah. Had. Emphasis on the had, sadly. R.I.P. R.I.P. to the legend. And really, there should be some inspiration in that, because even with King Cobra, having all of the multiple situations in his life that he had, still able to get some at the end of the day, even if that was a very toxic relationship. I will never understand the lol cow community. They're fascinating creatures, bro. They really are. I am certainly fascinated by them. There is a level of sympathy that I have for them, not because of them. Okay. I have sympathy for lol cows only in the sense that I feel sad for the fact that they don't realize how bad of a look it is that they are that. But generally, a lot of times, I would say that like 9 times out of 10, and probably more like 10 times out of 10, lol cows also come with a lot of legitimately toxic human traits. So, it's hard for me to feel sympathy for that, because like the one that I follow the most, and I've talked about this a little bit on stream, but like not in depth. I am a big follower of the Dabbleverse. I don't know if you are familiar with this, but this is Stuttering John, who is a major lol cow. Stuttering John, who used to be on the Howard Stern show. It's too much to go into, of course, like all lol cow universes are, but the Dabbleverse is something that I follow very closely. And Stuttering John is a great example of what I'm talking about with this, where it's like, I feel sympathy for Stuttering John for being as brain dead of a human being as he is, because he has to be one of the most like roundly unintelligent humans that I've ever seen in a lot of ways, based on as much as I've seen of him, and all the things that he does. But I have no sympathy for the fact that he is also an extremely toxic and predatory human being in a lot of ways. So anyway, it's a double-edged sword, I suppose. And that's why I always keep a healthy distance from lol cows in general, because I've wanted to get Blind Mike on the show for a while. I've been meaning to reach out to him at some point and see if I can get him to come on, because I had an idea of a stream that I could do with Blind Mike Geary, who's one of my favorite podcasters. I shouted Blind Mike out plenty of times, but the Blind Mike Project and Why Are You Laughing are two very, very good podcasts. I think Blind Mike is a great broadcaster, and I watch his show all the time. So, but I'd like to come on and have talk about comedy and talk about the relationship of MMA and comedy and stuff like that. And I think that could be a good conversation, but I'm always a little bit hesitant of it because Blind Mike is like in the Dabbleverse to an extent, and I just don't want Yama to be anywhere near the lol cow. Like, MMA already has its own lol cows and enough of it. I don't need any more, you know? People like Cyrax are generally terrible people and rage so much when messed with. It's funny. People like King Cobra, I laughed at his rage, but always hoping he'd get better. Yeah, I mean, right. In that, like King Cobra, I would say is probably on the like lesser side of like the actual legitimate toxic people when it comes to lol cows. But people like Chris Chan, people like Cyrax, people like the foodie beauty, like the mukbang streamer or whatever. Like these people have like legitimate things that they like do that. Or fucking Daniel Larson. That's another great example of a guy who's like legitimately dangerous. You know, so like I feel bad for them because they obviously have like mental problems, and like I would like for them to get help, but like at the same time you can't excuse the legitimately bad things that they do. He was best pre-Duster and alcohol abuse. He used to actually be super funny in an awkward way. Yeah, it's a shame. It's definitely a shame. What's a lol cow? Really? Are you really asking that, 10-7? Yeah, a lol cow is basically a person who is chronically online and chronically embarrassing themselves to the point where like communities form around them basically to bait them and troll them. Which kind of like feeds into a vicious cycle of them essentially lashing out. It's like, if you could look at it on a diagram, it's like, lol cow does something stupid, community reacts to it, baiting them more, lol cow reacts to that, and then that cycle repeats. You know what I mean? So basically it's people who just don't know when to log off is like a summation of it, but there's probably a better definition for it. But that's the basics of it. I know one person who will never get some, Rick Allen. Don't tell that to him. I just feel too bad, especially because a lot of their communities essentially abuse them. No, yeah, and CTE, I acknowledge that. That's another reason why I don't like to like get involved with any of that kind of stuff, is because I don't want to feed into the negativity of it. I want them to get better. I want them to get help, but I have to admit that there is a morbid fascination with it because of the way that they are. And then again, when they start doing things that are legitimately toxic, that's when it becomes a problem, you know? People like Chris Chan, famous for being trolled and don't have true fans. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's like a basic way to look at it, but I think it's mostly about the fact that they are so chronically online. That's a major trait of like internet lol cows. Stuttering John just brought you back. Yo, Savage, if you don't know what's been going on with Stuttering John lately, if you only know him from the Howard Stern show, it is a wild, wild ride as to where he is now, bro. There is literally an entire dude. I could name so many people in the Dabbleverse. Like I'm telling you, the Dabbleverse is like the stuff that I watch like as like my own like trash TV. You know what I mean? Like I know everything about the Dabbleverse. I know fucking Tukey. I know Cardiff Electric. I know who are these podcasts and fucking I'm telling you, like Stevie Lou and fucking Opie. I mean, like I know all of these people in this Dabbleverse. It's so crazy how far and wide this thing reaches, and it also crosses over into Opie and Anthony lore as well, and that's stuff that I actually did kind of grow up with. So like it all kind of interconnects in this very weird way. It's a lot, bro. It's a fucking lot. I think it's easier to feel less bad because if they weren't so hell-bent on being famous and making everyone love them, all the abuse would end. When they close their accounts. Yeah, that's kind of the point. That's why the chronic onlineness of it is very important to the equation. Hey, Banu Martinez 90 checking in over on Twitch. Appreciate you holding it down on Twitch. How are you? How you doing? How's the stream going? Is going great. Fights weren't that great, but we're chilling, having a nice little post-fight conversation here. So appreciate you guys all still hanging here for a little bit longer after the card has ended. Kind of giving you a little bit more of what we would have had at the beginning of the stream had everything gone off without a hitch early on. We did have a little problem earlier, but now we're chilling. So yeah, Banu Martinez, hope you're doing well. Thank you for checking in. Definitely a double-edged sword. The collab would be nice, but you don't want to accidentally put yourself into a category in a way. Understand 100%. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I don't really feel that way all that much. Like, it's really just something that's like lingering in the back of my mind. But like, I don't like, no, I'm still going to do it. Like, I'm still, because Blind Mike is far enough outside of the Dabbleverse that, like, I don't feel like, we wouldn't, like, the subject of what we would be talking about, if that stuff came up, it would only be in a passing, like, little piece of a conversation. What I'd really want to talk to him about is the intersection of comedy and MMA, specifically things like Brendan Schaub, Theo Vaughn. That's why I think the conversation could be very interesting, is because Blind Mike, he's a he's a comedy historian, basically, on top of being a broadcaster, and he does a great, the show Why Are You Laughing is the history of comedy podcast, and he talks about all historical comedy specials and incidents and things that are like highlights of the history of comedy, and I find that very fascinating. So I think that it could be a great conversation about that. So I wouldn't necessarily go into that territory intentionally. And if I kind of got a little bit of it on me by osmosis, then whatever. I'm not going to not do it for that reason. I'm just saying it is a thought in the back of my mind that, like, anytime that you're doing that, you are sort of playing with fire. So just be aware of it. And I am. So it's going to be fine. Dude, trust, I know the Dabbleverse so inside and out that if the Dabbleverse, like, came after me in any kind of which way, I would never get to the point of being on the negative side of the Dabbleverse, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? The only people that would ever come after me are the lol cows, and that's like, whatever, who gives a fuck? I'd say a lol cow has to have 80% trolls watching and interacting, and they're always insane. Never been a lol cow who isn't a bad person and doesn't react in the worst way possible when trolled. Well, I mean, but then King Cobra kind of breaks that, though, doesn't he? I mean, because King Cobra was not really like a bad person, I thought, but maybe I didn't know him well enough. I never really followed him all that much. Has anyone watched Windy City Heat? Bro, Windy City Heat that's some classic shit. Yeah. Perry Caravallo. There's another classic lol cow. Perry Caravallo was like a proto lol cow. You know what I mean? He was a lol cow before there were lol cows. You want to know who was the one person who I think broke the lol cow mold? Because if he was a different type of person, he would have been one, but never became one, is Carl Pilkington. Actually, an episode that Blind Mike just did on Why Are You Laughing was an episode on Carl Pilkington. And Carl Pilkington, had he been a different type of person and had a different, like, view of fame, he absolutely would have been a lol cow. But, like, he was just, like, not the right type of person to ever become one, so he just never did. And I think that's very much to his credit. I remember Googling lol cow a couple of years ago because I heard it over and over and was literally like, what the fuck does this mean? Oh, and I love trash TV. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It really is like the internet age version of trash TV. And I would say to an extent, like, even there are famous lol cows. I mean, like, I would say that to an extent, you could there are overlaps depending on, like, how you define it, because, like, to an extent, I think that, like, Hassan Piker is a lol cow to a minor extent. Ethan Klein is a lol cow to a minor extent. I wouldn't say that they fit the traditional mold of a lol cow, but I think that there are, like, elements of that in there just because of how online they are and how much they are hated. Fucking iDubbbz is a great example of a lol cow at this point, even though he does still have legitimate fans. So it's really all in the definition. I'm going to head out and sleep. It's been great hanging with everyone. See y'all tomorrow for the watch log. CTE, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Appreciate you always. Thank you very much for sticking with the stream while we were having our problems. We're going to be wrapping up here in a couple minutes anyway. Have a great rest of your night, my guy. I hope that you have a great evening, and I will see you tomorrow. For sure, a double-edged sword, somewhat unrelated, but Nina Drama reposted us twice and we're not prepared for the messages and shit talking. Oh, damn. Well, I mean, good for you guys, first of all. And second of all, brother, I mean, that comes with the territory, bro. You gotta, you have to be okay with all of that shit, dude. Like, that's the thing. I mean, like, and look, there are times where it's like, I understand it. I mean, I get negative comments all the time. I mean, like, fucking moron, whatever, the Jew thing, I mean, like that comes up a lot, you have to, if you are this is one of the reasons, again, 10-7, perfect conversation for me to be having with you personally, because we were talking about like the difference between like fighters and fight fans. This is the difference between people who are trying to be in the content creation space versus people who are internet people. And like content creators who do not know internet culture are definitely they definitely have more potential to be negatively affected by those kinds of things. If you understand internet culture and like know that this is just part of the game, then you got to be okay with it. And that's just the end of the story. Like, trolls are going to troll. You know, you can either go with it. You can, if you respond negatively, you probably are feeding into that more. But overall, like, let the trolling happen. Respond however you're going to respond. Move on. Don't let yourself get embroiled in it and caught in a briar patch. But other than that, you just got to know that that's always going to be the case. Anytime that you put yourself out on the internet, you are going to get hate. Literally, I had a conversation in an MMA discussion group recently where I asked, this was before I realized that you could not watch full event replays back on Paramount Plus. So I asked in the group and I was like, hey, can you watch replays back on Paramount Plus? And this dude was like, he like kept going at me about like, why would you even ask that? That's so dumb. Oh man, wow, it's so annoying that I can't watch all the boring parts, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, it would be nice to have this guy was like hammering me after asking a simple question. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this asshole's problem? But like, it just is what it is. So, you can play into it if you want to. You can snark back at them if you want to. You can block them and move on. That's another fine option. I mean, you got to handle it in a way that's not going to dig you deeper into the hole. That's always the thing, because being a lol cow is very much quicksand. The more you struggle, the farther you get into it. He did some bad stuff with stalking girls and touching a fellow disabled girl when he was younger, also being a general nuisance in bars. Okay, nowhere near a Daniel Larson or Cyrex, but he wasn't great. Got you. Well, that sucks then. Again, it really is unfortunate how many lol cows end up being like bad people at the end of the day, because I really do feel like if a lot of these lol cows didn't end up becoming bad people, even if they started as a lol cow, there's potential for them always to actually get a legitimate fan base. Like if they just would be good people on top of being whatever makes them a lol cow, Like there are plenty of people that like, fall into that category. Like a Daniel Larson would be a good example of that. If he was actually like a genuinely good person at heart, like he probably would have had a lot of sympathy for all of the situations that he was in. But, he just wasn't a great guy on top of being delusional and having a lot of mental problems and stuff, which I wish that all these guys would just get help for. Mainly just the way he'd get drunk and rage to the point of noise complaints when trolled. Yeah, well, I mean, if that's the worst that it is, then that's definitely not as bad as it could have been. iDubbbz is a traditional lol cow now. Do you think so? You really think so? I mean, it's hard to say, because I got to imagine that he still has like some legitimate fans, but he's just so deep in the shit with Anissa that like, it's hard to think that he actually does have like legitimate fans anymore. But if that's the case that he doesn't, then that's kind of crazy. Yama was prepped from birth for the internet hate, being Jewish and doing comedy. Yo, legit, brother. Legit. Yeah, that being a white rapper. Like, dude, I am made for hate comments, dude. Like it would take some very next level shit to really get under my skin when it comes to any of this shit. And I mean, I'm not trying to say like I'm immune. Like I will get angry in the moment, but I know how to like control myself and I know how to respond like properly or not respond at all. The best way to win is not to play. War games taught us well. Hey, Sarah Toby. Hello again. Just dropping back in to hang out before I stream. Well, you picked a perfect time. We're just chatting now that the Dirty Boxing card is over. It's probably going to be wrapping up in a little bit anyway. It is a little bit late, but I might try to come by your stream for a little while. So appreciate you being here as always, our queen. I don't think they get trolled so hard if they didn't always have such a weird past or go so hard into insanity after the first troll. Yeah, I mean, that definitely is a part of it. They feed the trolls very heavily for sure. And I really do believe that there is a level of mental illness that comes with it as well. Like, I don't think that you can name me a lol cow that's an actual lol cow who doesn't have some form of mental illness that needs treating. Everyone I know who used to watch him bailed when they got normal in like 2019 or bailed after Anissa. Yeah. When it comes to iDubbbz, yeah. I mean, I bailed on iDubbbz way early. I never thought iDubbbz was very funny personally. It was never my like style of humor. But Yeah, I mean, I liked Content Cop. I could watch the classics, but like Cop is just another version of like calling. It's like internet drama. So like he just got too lost in the sauce, mainly the Anissa sauce, because that chick is fucking wild, dude. Another one. I'm like, bro, if this is true love, you can keep it. Sometimes the best response is no response. Exactly. The only way to win is not to play. How was that? Sounds good though. I'm smoking, then I'll hop online. Cool. The dirty boxing stream was not great, to be perfectly honest. it was pretty mid. Pretty mid. I'd say it's not the worst card that we've ever seen, but I mean, it's not too far off. I mean, it was definitely closer to that than a good card. Yeah, I mean, not bad. I'm glad we did it. I like that we can always say that we did. I'm trying to hit every promotion that I can. That's my ultimate goal with all the watch alongs that we do. I'd like to do a watch along of every single promotion out there, if possible. I think that'd be really cool. That's like a cool thing to be able to say is like, I did the most watch alongs for all combat sports, or at least all mixed martial arts, I guess. Boxing stuff. Yeah, we ain't doing all that boxing shit. Traditional boxing is never happening again unless it's a major, major fight. It was boxing, so it was bad apart from Thinker. Hey, my guy, Hydra. Appreciate you, bro. This is why I never care, though. That's what I'm saying, bro. I never care what the quality of the cards. I was literally just talking about that with Chase before the stream started. We were in the DMs. He was saying, oh, the card might be kind of mid, whatever. And I was like, dude, I never care about the quality of the cards as long as the chat's here. It's really the truth. I don't care for boxing, so I figured, yeah, well, you'd hope that dirty boxing would have been the better version of it. But really the only boxing that seems to be worth is bare knuckle. Just unfortunately the case. And then the crazier part of it is that when you bring traditional boxing technique into bare knuckle, it starts to suck. Because we saw that on the last bare knuckle card that I did. Crazy. It is crazy. Boxing just infects everything in a negative way. Boxing is a scourge on combat sports. I don't actually believe that. Come on. I'm joking. Yama is a bop, just hitting every promotion he can once. I mean, promotions that are worth get more than one time with your boy. How bad do you want it? Show me something I've never seen before. Show me something worth coming back to, Dedication. Sarah Toby. Well, I love having you here. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that you'd spend a little bit of time with us before your stream. Boo boxing. Yeah, throwing tomatoes. For real. Yeah. But no, it was a good time overall. I appreciate the conversation about lolcows because I don't get to talk about that kind of stuff with anybody. Literally. It's so funny to me because all the stuff that I really like that I pay attention. I've thought about that recently. All of the stuff that I actually consume as my own, aside from MMA. I mean, MMA is the only thing obviously with the stuff that I do. Because I was thinking about, what could I do on my other channel if I wanted to build my other channel up? Which I'm not. My other channel is fine the way that it is. I don't need to be doing more. But I was thinking, I do my little music reviews and stuff like that. I could be doing film reviews and stuff. And I was thinking, I'm like, the thing that the most really is that you watch a ton of shit about internet drama. I'm so keyed into YouTube culture. It's not even funny, but I'm like, I don't want to be in that world because I don't care to talk about it all that much. But that being said, if I don't talk about it in that capacity, I don't get to talk about it to anybody because I don't know any person in real life who gives a fuck about any of the shit that I talk about or that I would talk about with that. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to internet culture, I don't know anybody who pays attention to that shit IRL. Can't wait for UFC tomorrow. Yeah, same here, brother. Same here. What's the other channel? At Thinker St. James. Thinker ST James. Right now, it's pretty much just a lot of music reviews of female pop acts. just kind of the way that the chips have fallen. I actually I'm going to try to get to some sleep tonight so that I can get up early and do the review of the Nina Geraci concert that I went to. As I've said, I don't know if you were here earlier, but this shirt that I am wearing, the I Love My Computer shirt. This is from Nina Geraci's concert that I went to last night. Nina Geraci, one of the finest young artists that I have heard in the last decade, I've said. I think that she is amongst the most talented that I have heard. And her show is really cool. So I got the tour shirt. Yeah, the design is hard. The design goes super hard. Yeah. I'm so stoked for tomorrow. Yeah, I am too. I definitely am. See if Diego can pull it off. Drop some vids on Cyrax and his ice debacle. No, dude, no fucking way, man. I'm not going down that road. I don't need it. I don't want it. Even my boy Turkey Tom, who used to be the best at that, is now dealing with his own drama. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to get involved to that level of like the drama sphere. I think I got a good thing going with what we got here. I'm cool with that, man. Or open up a lolcow channel in Discord and I'll talk about it with you. Fair. It's a good point. I could open up an internet drama channel. That actually might be something that I would engage with more than I need to. I could talk about all my favorites. I could talk about Shoe on Head. Fucking talk about Leon Lush. Talk about Philion. I'm telling you, I know all, dude. All I do is watch YouTube when I'm not like. That's literally my life. Is Yama, my day job, YouTube, and Omega Strikers and Minion Masters. A little bit of video games. That's pretty much all I do. You already know I'll be back here tomorrow for UFC. Appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you very much. I'm very glad for that. We're going to have a good time. It's going to be fun. 4:50 p.m. is the start time. Boo Boxing from the Boxing Boo with the beautiful box. Wow. Great alliteration there. Savage, always going ridiculously hard. Didn't even know you were still here. Came out of the woodwork to say that. Shoe on Head, what the hell? Yeah, I love Shoe on Head. One of the most attractive YouTubers I can think of, by the way. Shoe on Head is fucking gorgeous. I'm good for a chuckle every now and then. Yeah, yes, you certainly are, brother. You certainly are. With all of that being said, I mean, we have gone a little bit extra after the stream, and I appreciate it, but I do think that it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I know that Sarah is getting ready for her stream. So I think that this will probably be a good enough place as any to call it for tonight. Of course, you know, as we have just talked about, we have a stream coming up tomorrow. She's the most, I mean, she's maybe not the most attractive, but she's amongst them for sure. I think she's absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, but we will be back tomorrow. You know that we will be here for UFC 325, of course. Volkanovski versus Lopez 2. If you have not already watched the Roadhouse review, I would appreciate if you did that. I am going to try to get that Nina Geraci review done if I can. Probably not going to, but hopefully I will. I'm trying to stick to my New Year's resolution of doing the things that I say that I'm going to do. So I'm going to try my best to make that happen. Either way, appreciate the support tonight. Thank you guys again so much for sticking with me while the stream was having problems. I appreciate that. Again, I hate when things outside of my control ruin a good time, but you guys made it through and you always make it amazing. So thanks again for that. And until tomorrow, everybody, I will see you then. But for now, have a great rest of your night. And as always, fight on.
It's